go. Oh, I forgot to change the map. Yeah, professional streamer, my ass. There we go. There we are. Ah. Oh, cell's gone. If you aren't in the hills, though, you never have to shovel your driveway again. Oh, that's true. Not shoveling. I do like snow, but snow, like, I don't mind shoveling like 10 times a year. Like a solid 10 times a year, I'm fine with it. Once it gets past 10 times, 10 times is nothing. Think about it. Like, if there's a snowstorm, most snowstorms, you go outside, you shovel for like 20 minutes, and it's all over. In a bad snowstorm, you go out, you shovel for about an hour, and then 2 more times for like 15 minutes. It's a grand total of an hour and a half, and then it's over. Like, that's it. And I'm like a machine when I shovel. I just fucking go to town until my heart's going to explode and I'm out of breath and I'm going to vomit. And then Brittany and Rory are like, Brittany's a really good help. Rory's just in the way, you know, because she's a kid. Give her like 2 more years. She'll be a machine. I will train her. I will replace her parts with machine parts.
Stop, please. Oh my God. You are actually embracing the cringe. I can feel it. It's going up my...
up your what?
My knuckles. I can feel it. I can feel it in my knuckles. The cringe is in my knuckles. Oh my God.
Listen, Batman is accustomed to taking in disenfranchised little boys that have no one else to turn to and being their daddy figure. Stop. What? He's like, come here, dick.
Stop. Oh my God. I feel
you're my Grayson.
This stream is getting better and better by the second. Keep going, Scott.
Am I allowed to, like, I don't want to be here anymore. You know, you can have a solo session.
Oh, I won't lie, it's like hurting my eyes. Looking through the tunnel that is that thing. Oh.
Jake has betrayed you, chat. You trusted him. Look where that got you. It got you, cringy Scott.
Jake loves it.
Sway the crowd, okay?
Jake loves the cringe.
I'm pointing to reality, okay? You can say what you want, but I am the truth, okay?
Jake likes the cringe. Jake shows up for the cringe. If he's not in pain from cringe, it's just not worth it for him. That's just the way it goes.
Make it sound like a drug.
It is a drug. It's a good drug. It's the best drug.
My dog won't stop barking.
All right.
Listen, Roz, do not fall for Cell's propaganda. All right.
Propaganda.
Hard at work.
I'm pointing out
hard
reality.
at work, making spreadsheets, trying to figure out how to get more hype trains. All right. Just don't play into it.
You know that's slightly plausible, but not obviously because you can't factor in the fact that everyone won't vote for me. And this is when I make them feel bad about it, so they vote for me later. See?
Nobody votes for you.
I mean, no one would anyway.
It's always somebody else that wins.
That's like true 80% of the
time. Okay. So. Where were we?
Where were we? I was doing kingdom stuff, events.
Are we gonna keep doing your kingdom events, or are we just gonna skip you and go straight to Cell's kingdom events?
Don't do it. I won't be able to live. Oh my God. I will be roasted for like the next year if you do this, Scott. Just continue. Please, for the love of everything.
No, that sounds like a bad attempt to pretend you don't want it to happen.
I don't want it to happen. Please, do your turn, Jake. I won't be able to live it down. I'm being bullied by being told to play more D&D. Never thought that was possible.
Who's telling you to play more D&D?
You.
I'm just. Who's telling you to play more D&D? I just want you to be happy.
Can we? You know what would make me very happy right now, Scott?
What's that?
Jake, continue his event phase.
Hi, Jake.
Hello,
Would you like to
sir.
give us a quick recap before we jump into your kingdom event?
What do I remember about last session? I remember doing some rolls.
Bro,
and getting
it was
the event
legit
phase, and
your
I
it was
didn't
your
hear it, though.
session. It was your session.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really. You can't really recap. You know, the kingdom rolls. But I can recap what happened with Irithel, which I made a good deal with Irithel. We didn't really make a deal, but we're going to attempt to set him up with someone or something that he wasn't able to marry or talk to because of his station. So we're going to improve ours and try and sway this person over.
It's what is it? Yambul? Or
Yes,
Yambul, right?
that is correct.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, there was also, I failed the recruitment check, which was really annoying. I rolled a 1, and that was all I needed to
Oh,
roll.
that's right. I was so funny. I think you needed to roll a 2 or higher, and I was like, roll a 1, and you were like, I will entertain. I don't know what's up with this laugh, but it's gonna persist.
Good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and then we didn't.
Nick's not here, Summon Snake, because it makes no sense for him to be here. He won't be playing the session because after Jake's turn is whose?
I hate you.
Yep.
Why are you like this?
Everyone, pour one out for Nick.
I can go get one to pour, or is this? Are you asking me to just like pee a little?
Either or. And we know
I could pee. I could pee. but getting a beverage requires me to get up.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So, has there been a session where we did not have a Shadow turn? Well, let's put it this way, Snaga. Cell shows up every session. Can you say the same for anybody else?
I show up every session, even if I'm not doing
I show up
it.
every session except for when I know that Cell's going first, and then it's maybe Nick, and then I'll be like, nah, there's no point.
This is because of you reading 18 people every time there's an event for me, okay? It's true.
Maybe what we should do is just end the campaign and start a whole new campaign. But in the new campaign, we just do 2 kingdoms. Cell doesn't get to have a kingdom. He's just an advisor to both the thrones.
That's just a meme.
That way he gets to play
And
every
still
session.
manages to steal the spotlight.
I don't do anything.
Oh.
Cell also shows up for regicide sessions.
That does happen. I get invited
He's
on, okay?
he's more punctual than Rena. That's it. That's all it is.
I finish my D&D session I run, and then I hop on the regicide.
Okay. Down to brass tacks. We did your kingdom rolls, right? I'm just gonna pull this up. I believe we actually did all the basic kingdom bullshit, right? So
we're up
just
to
actually get
events.
the rules. So we're all the way up to events, and for events, I think we just did 1 because that's all we had time for, or did we do 2? Because you did the Aerithel thing, which took like I want to say like 35, 45 minutes, something like that. Like it took a long while, and I don't think we did it. Did we do the random roll after that or no?
No.
Yeah, somebody asked for the random roll. And we generally speaking, we do the random roll last. But that's not a rule. It doesn't have to be that way. So that being said, sir, would you like to do the random roll right now to do that before we move on, or do you want to leave that chaos for the end?
I'll leave that to the end.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah.
I don't think the PC has done that before. So has been in every act. Cell. Holy shit.
I have.
You guest starred on Kingmaker, didn't you?
No,
You were the
I didn't.
Were you? Wait, who was the guest on Kingmaker? One person guest on Kingmaker.
Will, your brother.
No. Somebody came in as an NPC from a Patreon campaign, like a
Josh.
conversation.
No, not Josh.
Who was it?
It was Josh with Xander.
Oh, it was Joshua Xander. You are correct. You are correct.
But I did I was in Regicide, both as a meme person and also as an actual character.
Yeah. So, and then obviously in Clemay and as a guest for a little while and whatnot. But either way, that's funny. You almost did it. If we ever do a reprise of
Kingmaker, I gotta be there for one session just for the meme, and then like I'm there for 10 minutes and I leave. Like I get killed off in the first encounter to like show off the heroes.
Were you Thronekeeper?
Oh no.
This fell apart quick. We were excited for a second there,
Well,
but
every active campaign. So it's true, every active campaign. Which is 3 out of 5 campaigns.
All right. Now we just have to have you go guest on Lost Initiative just to round it off. So
sure.
Jake was on Lost Initiative. The problem is by putting Jake on Lost Initiative, it killed the campaign. Like, he's like, hey Jake, you want to play Lost Initiative? He's like, yeah, I'll play. Campaign ended. It's like, I'm not saying causation. Was it correlation equals causation? I'm saying he fucking caused it. So
that's not how that goes. But you know what? W.
Well,
am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
all signs point to yes.
Yeah, Jake ruined Dark Sun. Prove me wrong. Hi, Zyle.
That's terrible.
All right.
Ruined itself.
Cool. So, well, no, that was a very specific person that ruined Dark Sun. But, all right. So, what was I saying? You are on your events, sir, and the only one we've done so far is one leftover one. Joey left me a really cute cheat sheet last week. I'm going to reference back to see if things were good. So shout out again to JoJo. There you are. JoJo. Shado. Jake is next. Oh, that's right. The Lore Master. We were going to do the Lore Master spot is open because she went to be studying Godma. So there will be, and you already replaced the Lore Master with Schmuckamaka. Yeah. But then you wanted to talk to Vienna. Did you want to do the Vienna chat next?
What do I want to talk to Vienna for?
He wants to eventually talk to Vienna about figuring out her mother's plans because Naren thought she may be looking to take over the north and worries that his business between Galtma and Eisen might conflict. Jake's plans on equipping Vienna's elite army that she plans to disguise as bandits and raid and cause chaos in Zinquin's armies that are amassing at their southern neighbor's border. The plan is to hit them hard and steal whatever they can to buy more time for the clans to mount a defense against the Zinquin's invasion to the south. This is also a way to get Vienna to get experience in commanding armies, but also make a reputation under a false name. So that's that idea right there. And then there was the conversation you just had with Fuckface last session, where you wanted Vienna to potentially find out details of what's going on in the north and like, what do we know about her? He's like, do I have to teach her class yet? And you're like, nah, not yet. And he's like, thank God. Because seriously, she still doesn't know the difference between a spork and a spoon. Like, she doesn't get it. Like, she doesn't get it. Like,
yeah.
But either way.
I don't think we're going to talk to Vienna this time because we'll do all the Vienna stuff when she gets back from her little mission thing.
Which mission thing?
The one that you just read.
Okay, cool. So you want to talk after that. Cool. Cool. All right, you plan to talk to Arithel was the next one, which is check. After that was Misumi is coming back from visiting Clan Manmosu. I
don't think that's an event. I think she just comes home.
Yeah, but she was supposed to deliver you information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then it was also, I think you had plans with Pete.
I don't, but we'll say that I do.
Okay, well, if you do, then we can have a little RP if need be. You can figure it out. Then after that, it's Densho is still owed in creating a Traxian vassal from a critical success. And then it's you also owe Jake and Cell for the result of their research into Tessel's special ritual rebirth cave. Okay? So what do you want to do first? And actually, you can talk to Cell about this. I'm going to go grab a bottle of water real quick. You chat with Cell, find out what you want to do, and I'll be ready for you, okay?
Yep.
What are we
Alright,
doing?
so, well, I'm
I
going
must go see
to-
Brittany.
I'm gonna do Masumi first because she'll be. I mean, that one won't take very long, and then you've got. What else did he say?
Talking to Pete about, I think, him doing like an adventure to find himself again or something like that. Was I think
Yeah.
the idea of it, and then we had the research that Lenny and Gartesh. I don't remember you guys' name. Did in my cave. So
Right. Well, I think that's the order then, I suppose.
the order
I don't
was
do you
suggested.
remember the
cave?
Lenny, yeah, that stuff that we were trying to find?
No, I don't. I don't remember at all what we were looking for in there. It's been so long.
Yeah.
I think it may have been trying to figure out. I think maybe like the history of it, the lore of it, why something, I don't. It's been so long.
Well, so it looks like you have approximately 20 minutes to remember what those questions are.
I mean, I think it was just like lore, like just trying to like figure out like what the purpose of it was.
Yeah. I suppose.
But that's all I remember.
Yeah.
Which isn't surprising. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, I don't even remember when that was. A few weeks ago, I think.
Uh no, that's not what that cave was about. The cave was before we had that. I think before that. But yeah, it was just about. It was just trying to figure. I think it was just trying to figure out like what the cave, like the purpose of the cave was, because it was like special. It helped seal the ash elemental in to the cave as well as the cold iron. So we were trying to figure out like why it does that.
I think Joey might be right actually, because otherwise, what's the interest to?
Well, yeah, we know these guys, the guys that made the cave, made the ashen orc. We're just trying to figure out what the cave does
Okay.
and if it relates, right? That's like a fact that like is obvious, right? We know these guys made them, made the ashen orc.
Did we
It's
make
like,
the rolls already?
yeah, they're in Kajinxi chat. If you scroll up, I have I think I pinned it. I didn't pin it. I keep forgetting to pin it. I'll pin it now. There, it's pinned, so you can read them.
Okay, let me have a look.
We rolled pretty decent on them. Yeah,
Yeah,
it had something with necromancy and binding spirits. I think we maybe we're seeing it if the room would also help like bind the spirits to myself or something. I think that may be like a byproduct of understanding this room better, but we don't really know.
Okay, yeah.
That's like a me out of game. Like maybe that will help with this,
Yeah.
But we don't really know what's up with that.
You good?
All right. Well, yeah, we're good.
Cool.
living life.
I was just reading that Omar Ilan called for the impeachment of SCOTUS Thomas. So that's good news. Finally, somebody did it. Whether or not they can actually get the votes in the House is questionable because a bunch of pussies in the Democratic Party. But even if they did get the votes on the House, there's no way in hell they get the votes in the Senate. No way in a million years. Because you got a couple of morons in there. You got 3 big idiots. I'm looking at you, Maine, Arizona, and oh yeah, West Virginia. Oh yeah. Fucking idiots. But I don't know. We'll see. All right. It all depends on who's up for election this year for whether or not they'll actually go along with it. Okay. Away from politics and into the kingdom ruling. Oh.
Politics. Hey, these are fantasy politics. So if we cause a bunch of people to die, it's not a problem.
Fantasy politics. Hold on. Oh, yeah.
Okay, stop.
Ooh.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I like it. And that executive order?
Why are you like this?
I wasn't hugged enough as a kid. So anyways.
Chat, I am your suffering in the flesh. I feel your pain.
That is true. The first time Scott ever streamed, the cringe of that first moment birthed Cell. Right? The Meet the DM VOD that was released over on Mathis's channel was the
You have
was
no
a conception.
idea, Scott. I watched that on release, Scott.
yeah, that was the conception of what would one day would become Celsius.
Yeah, I'm not that young, Scott.
All right, cool. Let's get into the game. Let's get away from this conversation. I'm sitting there and I'm more or less just saying, "Hey, Sal, I'm your daddy."
Oh, you're so. Why would you say it like that?
Because laughs are hard to come by these days, Sal. We have to dig them up from any fucking shallow root we can. All right. So, where were we? You, sir, decided which one you wanted to do first. Lead the way. Tell me.
Okay, so Misumi returns from her venture.
Okay. She comes home. Speaking of, she says, "Hey, granddaddy."
Oh, stop! I wish I had mute powers. This is unbelievable.
That would be pretty funny. If you did, you would only mute me to you guys. You wouldn't mute me to stream. They would still have to suffer.
Yeah, but that's fine. All right. So me and Jake may suffer less.
All right.
Good looking.
So
That's what
Jake
I'm here
likes it. Jake's here for it. I'm telling you. Jake's all in. He's just like, make me uncomfortable.
No comment.
Sorry. All right.
Why are we?
Sorry, back to the game. Sel, you're doing this. You're keeping us off course. Let us right the ship, Sel. Be the change you want to see in the world. Okay?
That's
all
why
right.
I vote.
Oh, that's not being the change. That's doing your part. All right. So, Jake, sir, Masumi comes home and she comes back with, you sent her with somebody.
Nope.
No, I
Just
didn't.
her.
No, just her.
Oh, I keep thinking of it with Nick. I keep thinking of somebody else. Sorry. What? I just got a random DM.
From who's?
Oh. A friend of mine on the server just got hacked. Don't know how many already got message. This is a person that's been around for a while. So this is not a new person.
Don't click links. That's all.
No. I know who this person is because they're both on Pat's server and Lost Initiative, and I've spoken to them before. And they're just telling me about somebody else may have gotten hacked. Let me see. Tell them to whisper to me in Twitch so I can confirm with them. And I can help out. I just don't like to take rumor from one person. But if somebody's account got hacked, I've seen this unfortunately a couple of times, and so more or less you ban the old account. Cool. Sorry about that. All right, back to you guys. Sorry, that's actually important because you don't want somebody. If you trust somebody on, like, if Steve all of a sudden was like, oh hey, check out this link, and then all of a sudden something bad happened because Steve's account got hacked. You know what I mean? Oh Jesus, Jake, where did your mind go? Where did your mind go?
Onlyfeed.com, guys.
That's
Only
probably
feet
exactly
dot
where his
com.
mind went. He's like, I like
I like
corny,
them feet.
corny jokes, if you know what I'm saying.
That's my favorite website.
All right, back to game. So you have Masumi. She comes home, and when she comes back, she kind of like informs you of the resounding success you had over there. Did you have a critical success, or was it just like a flat success over that way?
I want to say critical success, but I'm gonna need I need Joey on this one. I think
You're gonna need what?
Video ref.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We don't need to. I was just seeing if you have top of your head.
Critical. There you go.
Yeah. I thought it was critical too. So if multiple of us are thinking that, then it's probably critical success. So she comes back with a big shit-eating grin on her face. You know what I mean? She is smiling. She's happy. She has like gifts or whatever to return to you, whatever, RP crap to return to you. And she comes, of course, Masumi makes a scene. So she doesn't just come visit Granddaddy. She comes in and sees the council, like during one of your important meetings. She makes sure that she comes in during that time of day and comes straight in, because travel just happened to have her return home at that time. And so when she comes in, dressed to the nines, looking like she's been staying inside of a fine hotel or resort, properly like bathed and whatnot, clothes all put together, but at the same time still having that kind of like feral nature to her that the Karak tend to find more attractive than being like lithe or whatever. So she's like hitting all the right points as she comes walking in, bearing gifts from Menmosa and whatnot. Warlord, so she comes in, she walks in, and obviously you'd be able to speak first. So she comes in and addresses the chamber, if you will. Not undresses the chamber, addresses the chamber. Make sure we're on the same page here.
Assuming you've returned, all went well by the looks of things.
Went well. Went well indeed. I would say that our relations with Menmosu is are greatly improved moving forward, likely until the fall of one of our clans. But hopefully, with each other watching the opposers back, we'll be able to stop such things from ever happening. I went weird on that one.
Yes, I would hope that's the case.
I have gifts for you from Warlord Hanzo.
Oh, gifts. Things went very well then.
She nods. We did treat with them over the details, over certain details. They have asked for they have requested like certain, like more or less, if you send soldiers to them, they send soldiers to the stuff that we talked about, during the actual session, like the whole, if, what is it? They will send soldiers over here if you need them, but they mostly want your soldiers to help out over that way. Remember that whole bit?
I think that was Nick.
Was that Nick from Menmasu?
Yeah.
Why can't I say
He
it
had one
right?
of those people. He had one of the
Menmosu.
people
Menmosu.
come to him. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. That wasn't you. Oh, okay. So what was your deal with them? Was it just friendly, nicey?
Yeah. That was it. We just improved
Through-
relations.
Yeah, through Theron.
We
okay.
learned something about the consort or something. Does not like Misumi, and there's something going on with her and her husband, the warlord. So,
Yep. Yeah. Well, she just sees Masumi as a competitor, if you will.
Yeah.
So anyways, Yeah, so she sent them. I take that back a step. I'm sorry, I confused you with Nick
Mhm.
because you both had similar dealings with the same clan. Um, around the same time, she says, "I have here the treaty that was put forward. Assuming, of course, you're willing to sign it, and we can send the copy back to them. That is for them to keep in their ledger. Then we'll have these relations continuing to grow moving forward. They hope to see one day an embassy to rise in your home and you to have one in theirs. That way, a council may be called upon for the opinions and the will of Clan Densho to guide them, and vice versa, to the aid of Densho on our side. Moreover, there are talks already of establishing a trade route from here to there. Though, truth be told, Warlord, I don't think that possible as long as we have um, as long as we have such negative dealings with fuck faces. What's their names?
Talking about
Xing Qin.
Ken Cheng or Xing
Xing
Qin.
Qin.
Yeah.
As long as we have negative dealings with Xing Qin.
Well, in the coming months, we'll see what happens with Zinquin and Clan. Is it Ribadu?
I got it right here.
Something.
I think it's
Riberito.
Ribido.
Ribado. Yeah.
Click, click. I'm trying to make it bigger so I can actually see it. Ribirodo.
Yeah.
Ribirodo.
Ribado. We are
Um,
sending them a lot of our excess food and trying to get them to field larger armies that they can hopefully wield against Zinquin, as well as other things that are happening there. So we'll see in the coming months where that evolves.
She nods and says, I knew of the armies being planned to move eastward to their benefits, but I did not bring such details to the warlord of Mosu. And I figured such things he didn't need to know. I did learn a bit of their culture, the peoples over there, and unfortunately got familiar with his spouse, his consort. Amaya is her name. I found some details I thought you might find interesting.
Do tell.
The warlord, Hanzo, he is dissatisfied with his consorts. However, they are, of course, wed, and it is a custom in their clan that without direct dishonor, that a separation of such vows cannot so easily be done. You cannot break those vows without proper cause or reason. Moreover, to end the life of one's spouse would be seen as a dishonorable act and could bring about negative opinions or relationships of the other clans around. He's caught in a scenario where he's both dissatisfied and unable to do anything about it as of right now. I bring this up for a very specific reason, grandfather. He seems motivated to remarry. He knows that his clan has stalled out over the past several years, more or less this past generation. It's not been going well for him. He wishes to re-wed, both for political gain and the ability to bear more children.
I see. Very interesting. He glances at Irithel with this because this is kind of his wheelhouse.
Irithel, noticing you look at him, he just will clear his throat and say, well, If you were able to glean such information so rapidly, I find it less than likely that you heard this as a rumor on the streets of a lands that you've never visited before, and more likely you were able to anticipate what his own desires were for you specifically. And her frown, like her face will drop into a bit of a frown for a second, and then she'll go back to her typical, you know, she's victorious, kind of like conniving face. And she says, perhaps. Perhaps that's exactly what his thoughts were. He may have fancied such thoughts. But of course, Warlord, I figured you might be able to discern who you thought was most eligible for such a union.
I do have somebody in mind. To go that way.
Irithel looks at you curiously.
Let me bring up the name. My daughter Maratha.
Maratha, doesn't she hold a position?
No, she's commander.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Irithel clears his throat and says, Maratha is quite the fierce warrior. She will not cow to anybody who would be interested, which would only find her, which would make it so Warlord Manmasa would only find her more desirable for such a trait. Perhaps, Warlord, there might be another that is even more suitable, given the right circumstances.
Do you have anyone in mind?
I do indeed, Warlord. I'm not sure how much you wish me to share in this moment. And truth be told, it is not your decision to make.
I think I understand what you're saying. We'll talk after.
He nods.
Well, Missumi, you've done well, as usual.
She'll give a slight bow and say, I do find it interesting, the politics over there and how their culture works. It is a bit different. Their warriors are skilled, though seem timid. They fight with the Daelish on the other side of a thin forest, and it seems as though those woods keep them fiercely at bay, almost as if they had a superstitious fear of what lies within them. I bring this up because while I was there, I heard rumors that Minmasu was making, or at least attempting to make deals with Kushibashi to assist them in their endeavors. Have you heard such a thing from your allies before? She says, not looking at the Kushibashi member here.
Yeah. I don't know if that was that meeting had with Tora present.
What meeting? Sorry.
Where their ambassador came and spoke with Nick.
Oh. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think so.
Nick
I think-
doesn't normally have our ambassadors there. He kind of is like a closed for the most
Yeah.
part, unless it's
Yeah,
relating
well, I would
to
say,
our clans.
No, I was not aware.
She nods and says, then now you are. And then with that, she'll actually toss like a small side eye over to the Kushibashi clan advisor that's here inside Densho. Beforehand, she ignored them. Now she makes it obvious that she's looking. She says, there are many other details about Clan Mimoso that you might find desirable. Specifically, Irithel might be keen to know about exactly how informed this clan tends to find themselves. While they are engaged in war, they're engaged in war with a misfortunate enemy for the enemy. The Daelish, as you know, are fighting for their lives and lands for their people on their southern border against Paradel. Mamosu does not need to do that, though of course is significantly smaller in size. They wait for opportunity, and then they strike. But while, of course, all of us would do such a thing, the difference with Menmasu is they don't just wait idly for opportunity. They create it. Their network of information and disinformation is impressive.
I see. Well, the friendlier we are, the better. Maybe we could eventually make use of some of that ourselves.
She nods and says, just be careful whoever you invite to court. Understand that they'll be listening more to than what you invite them to.
Yes.
One more important detail I would like to point out about their culture. It's shifting actively as we speak. Their constant war with the Daelish has caused them to take a different approach. One that you very well may appreciate, Warlord. You see, the Dale lands are different than most of the others. Their swamp-like nature makes it so that it is the home to most of Aroth's lizard folk, if you were not aware. That being said, lizard folk are lizard folk are equally their enemy, being Dalish and having their own union with the Dalish, as are the humans that are over there. So they've tried a different approach. They've tried allying with various lizard folk tribes, and with a degree of success. The population of lizard folk is spiking. It's rising considerably in Manmosu. And it can continue to grow if they can find a copacetic way to live together. Cultures are very different. As you know, we as Karak prefer war, whereas lizard folk will fiercely defend their lands, but do not wish to progress, which is a big aspect into why their history has played the way it has and why their lands remain as they are. But that's a lesson probably best given by someone who knows far better than myself.
But it's certainly something to watch and see how this alliance of convenience for them grows. See if it's
Watch, you
as,
say? I disagree with watching. Oops, sorry.
Continue.
Watch, you say? I disagree with watching. I think it is in and of itself another opportunity. You see, Manmosu already has diplomatic relations with Densho. I saw to it that things were handled quite well, if I might say so. And their need for warriors skilled in the woods has entangled them with Kushibashi. If we wish to truly bring Manmasu into our fold and to fully tap into their abilities, their spy network, then we need to make sure that they have a seat. Doesn't need to be an equal one, but a proper seat amongst our union. I think we advise Clan Shado to do a similar action. They send their own well-renowned lizard folk to showcase the benefits of their kinds taking a degree of Karak culture into their own lifestyle. A blending of the two cultures could be beneficial. And a new seat of in our union wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing.
I will let Warlord Shader know.
She nods, and she says, I have more details that I wish to go over with you later, grandfather. But for now, Warlord, is there anything else I can do for you?
No. Enjoy being home. You've been away for a while.
She smiles and says, I have heard that my son was called back.
He was. He was. We have spoke about it a bit. But at the close of this meeting, maybe you should bring him in.
She frowns and says, if I may be so bold as to request, can we meet again tomorrow? I wish to spend time with him. And you can hear that, you see there's like some shifting and whatnot in the chairs, like, oh God, mama's boy.
Due to the fact that you've only just returned yourself and you bring great success with you, I will grant that. Tomorrow then.
She bows deeply and leaves.
All right.
Okay.
After the meeting finishes,
I want to make sure I don't
Irithel,
forget that note.
what
Hold
did you
on,
say?
give me 1 second. After that meeting finishes, the one note she wanted to say to you was, let me just write that down so I don't forget. Okay, there we go. Says I write a note somewhere where I wouldn't forget it, because then you'd be like, oh, she wanted to talk again. And I'd be like, why? All right, so anyways, after meeting with her, what's up next?
Irithel was going to tell me something about
After
his-
after the whole meeting concludes, were there any other meeting stuff that you wanted to go over while we're still here?
No, it was just. I think the only things that were left were Pete.
Okay.
That was it.
That's fine. Cool. So then
Okay.
after everybody leaves, what?
The research.
Yeah, but that's different. That's yeah.
Cool. I didn't hear it.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. And I have that on my list right here. All right. So after the meeting leaves and you're like, Irithel, stay. Irithel, sorry, stay. He would remain behind and say, Warlord,
Yes.
there may be a better option. Well, Masumi is honestly probably your best bets to see to it that he goes along, because he seems to have taken a liking to Masumi. You have your own opinions, and you can speak to your children and grandchildren as you see fit, of course. And of course, we have to hope that things go well if we dangle that carrot in front of the warlord. However, there very well may be someone else who is better and less seeming like we're trying to mix blood.
You who are you referring to?
Same one we were last time we spoke, warlord.
I was hoping you wasn't going to say that.
He frowns.
Why do you think that is a viable option? I would think that giving what our plans are for her, that is giving the warlord of Manmosu a lot more power than otherwise would have had.
I was seeing it as this. We, in theory, would be giving him power if she was interested. But her heart doesn't belong in the north. Her heart belongs in the south. And if his heart belongs to her, she will take that heart to the south with her, leaving Manmosu with a weakened leadership more easily susceptible to other rule to influence and eventually take.
I understand. Well, it's not my favorite option, Irithel. It is one to consider.
I'm also concerned as to whether or not she would even be interested. As I said, it's not our decision to make. I'm curious what her opinion is when it comes to marriage for prestige as opposed to love. He says not with disdain because obviously you know his story.
Yeah. That is an interesting point to ask. When she returns, when everything kicks off, it'll be good to know more about her.
It would. So, thoughts? It was food for thought, Warlord. I figured you'd want to chew on that for a little while.
Yes.
We'll kind of, bow and leave.
Yeah.
Do you want to flash forward to talking to Masumi later on? Since there was
Yep.
no more in that council you want to say? Okay, cool. So you flash forward. So she'll come in. You said she'll bring Pete with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Pete comes in as well. Sel, you want to play as Pete? Just kidding.
I couldn't do him justice.
I think only Jake can do him justice. So Jake has to play as both Varix and Pete. Because I've never played as Pete. It's always been Jake.
Yep. That
Because
is true.
Pizza Chad.
And so are you saying by extension Jake is a Chad?
Of course. Is that a question?
Well, Chad's usually a bad thing. It's multiple bad things.
No, you don't understand the word, Scott. It's okay.
I definitely understand the word Chad, and it has been used for two different types of bad things over the past years. The fact that
you
it's
don't-
changed in the past year.
No, it has different meanings based on the context.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's okay. It's just you're too slow. It's fine. It
Oh,
happens.
it's exactly what it is. He's the zoomer zooming around me.
You're too slow. You just don't understand. And listen, if Joey's disagreeing, it's also because he's a boomer. So it's unlucky.
Giga Chad. Anyways, go ahead, Jake.
You don't understand.
You'll never understand, Dad.
No, it's just you're all too old. It's okay.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I'll get there. I'll get there soon enough. I got a couple years left in me. Okay, then I'm gonna be left behind.
Oh, by the way, your parents officially sell? They got offers and everything. They officially sold, right?
Yeah, we haven't. It hasn't gone through, but we have a house lined up. It's going through like the paperwork. Our house is lined up. There's like a couple-day gap between it. So
That's not so bad. Is a day gap in your favor or against it?
against it, I believe.
Yeah, that sucks.
Well, it might be in it. I don't remember because the first house we are gonna get had they were doing the inspection and it had black mold in it.
Yeah.
So we obviously didn't buy. We didn't go through with that one. So went to
Yeah, by law that has to be fixed first. So
yeah, and then we went to another house in that neighborhood that was a bit smaller.
gotcha.
But we got a creek in our backyard now.
Oh, that's cool. That's sexy.
It's far in the back too. It's like a long lot.
Bro. You're saying far in the backyard? My lot is less than 0.4 of an acre. Okay? My lot is 0.37 of an acre, and that's a decent sized yard.
Yeah, I think the yard we're getting is a lot bigger than that.
Yes, it's a lot bigger than that. Yes, of course it is.
I assume.
Well, you live in the Carolinas. Well, I'm like, oh, I have a big backyard. It's 0.37 of an acre of the whole yard. And around here, people are like, wow, and it's a corner lot. Wow, that's pretty solid. Like that's a lot of yard. Like, yeah, I know, right? You're like, bro, we got 8 acres, and we're the little one.
It's not. No, it's not that much.
Sure.
No, it's not.
You guys are like, yeah, I got a 73-acre plot, with a brand new house, 14 bathrooms, 85 bedrooms. We got it for like 10K.
Okay, no, it's not. It's
Fucking
not
Carolinas.
We're not Texas. Why? It's not that cheap.
Yeah, we're up here. We're like, I have half a bathroom, a shower when it rains, through the leaky ceiling. Like it's good. It's good. We have 0.24 of an acre. 0.24 of an acre, 1.7 million.
Look.
I'll be paying this off until I'm 85.
You're living in a better state, okay? That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. There are a lot of benefits, obviously. By the way, so back to the reason why I brought it up, sorry, is because Brittany's parents are selling their place, and they had an open house today, and so I don't remember exactly what they're listing it for, but let's just make up a number here. Let's say they have it listed for like $469, right? I have no idea what it is. It could be $369. I don't know. Somebody walked in and more or less just said full cash offer for $10K under listing price. Like full cash offer, we'll do this whenever you'd like. Like let's do this, no inspection, full cash. And they're like, "Do we take it?" And I'm like, "Bro, no, absolutely not. No, what? No. How many people show up to the open house? 10 people? No. Now you wait 2 days, you will get offers over list price. Absolutely. Like if somebody's coming in full cash, like fuck that clown. That's somebody that's representing a like one of those hedge funds. Like fuck that clown. Just wait. You'll be good. So
True.
but anyways, I don't remember the exact numbers there, but it was like 10 under. Like fuck that. Eat a dick, dude. It's funny too because the real estate agent was like, who's actually Brittany's cousin. She was like, "Yeah, it was weird. It was the weirdest thing. The person came in, walked around. They maybe spent 5 minutes looking, tops. She's like, honestly, I was with so many other people. It could have been less than that. I was just distracted." She's like, and then he just walked up and said, "Yeah, I'll do cash." It's like, what the fuck? But anyways,
sauce is back.
yeah, right. It used to be, but not in the past 18 months. So, all right, back to you, Jake. They come walking in. Lead the way, sir.
Pete. It's good
Oh,
to see
Steve.
you. I haven't had time since
Just stop it.
you were recalled. Masumi, thank you for coming. You've wanted to tell me something before we get started with Pete.
She thinks, almost confused for a moment. I'm sorry, grandfather. What was it you're referring to?
You wish to tell me something after the meeting? In regards to Clan Menmosu, maybe?
That's right. I did. Pete, do you mind stepping out for just a moment? Go catch some fresh air. He looks between the two of you, and he'll leave. She watches him leave, and lets the door shut behind him. Looks back at you and says, "Such a sweet boy, isn't he?"
Yes, I suppose.
His time at Clan Shadow has affected him in more ways than one. And he's such a loyal boy. I don't wish for him to hear all of his mother's opinions, because you and I both know that loyalty is only as useful as it is useful. I was suggesting Clan Menmosu, being brought deeper into the fold for a very specific reason. I truly believe that the leader over there, if played right, is easily manipulated. He's somebody that could be used to the benefit of the three clans. But more importantly, even he, as he currently is, even he and his own true opinions, tend to be more in line with that of Clan Denshos than they are of Clan Kushibashi and Clan Shadows. If he were to have a voice within the union that we already have, well, that voice would instinctively be more in line with Clan Denshos. I know that you, Warlord, deeply respect the other two warlords and enforce many laws with a righteous wrath. That our clans, many laws ensuring that our clans work together consistently. But you don't always see eye to eye, and your votes often go askew. Having someone there that shares your opinions may be beneficial.
See. So what are you suggesting?
As I had already suggested, Clan Menmosu already has dealings with Densho and Shado, and sorry, Densho and Kushibashi. And I think that Shado would greatly benefit from a union with them, and them from the union with, well, Shado, sure, I guess, but more specifically the quality of weapons that Shado can deliver and the lessons of union that can come from, what's his name? The
Jordan.
Smith.
Oh.
Whatever the Smith's name is. I have almost no interaction with him. But the Smith can provide a lot of lessons for that clan.
I see.
See,
So, in bringing them in, having a more like-minded Clan Densho's voice to be heard. I understand. I think it is wise. I was going to do it anyway, but now you've given a new direction, something more to think about. Which, if everything goes the right way, would be very beneficial for Clan Densho.
now I heard a rumor, Warlord, that while I was away, you had a certain meeting with a certain someone far removed from the ears of most. Is there any are there any details you care to share beyond the whispers that I've already heard?
I may not look it, but I'm rather old. You'll have to remind me who you're talking about.
She smiles at your being coy and says, "The mongrel."
Oh, yeah. There's a genuine look of like, oh, that's right. Yeah. Yes. Well, we
Chat,
did
it's
have
Jake
a,
admitting he's actually the old one.
Yeah. I'm not gonna deny that one.
I'm older than you. I remember everything. Thanks for the notes,
That's
Joey.
Yes, we had a meeting. He has a rather high opinion of himself, and he thinks that he can back up what he wants. He's planning on trying to take the north.
Warlord having a high opinion of himself, if he could even be called such a thing.
Well, from what I remember, he had 2,000 troops. So to send the 2,000 troops against the north would be foolish, to say the least. But if he manages to get the south on his side, then things should be a little different. But as far as we are concerned, we really don't. He's said if he takes the north, he will provide aid into our Barren Lands expansion, and the territory that we now hold will be ours, not part of Kijinksi anymore, as we look to establish a new foothold.
So you wish to continue the plans of expanding south, but you don't entirely intend to stay as a member of Kijinksi.
Is correct.
She frowns a little bit. Kijinksi has a lot to offer. The lords of Kijinksi are just as manipulated as those anywhere else. But we know the games. We know how to play them. And we already have deep foundations of their respect. To leave Kijinksi means that they would become our enemy. She kind of like, not directly. Just because you secede doesn't mean that they are directly an enemy, but they could potentially be an enemy.
He puts his hand up and he says, we're not seceding. none of this will come to pass if the red mongrel fails. And if he doesn't fail, then the game is changed entirely. You see, we're not expected to join forces with him. Our blades won't be going against Kijinxi in any form. We'll do what we always do. We'll hold the line against the... Well, this place is called Kabe. The wall. And it will continue to be. There's not as much on the line for us as there is for others.
Please excuse my distaste in this direction, but you did send me from a very young age to have all of my education in the North and to build long, deep, and lasting relationships in the North. And to hear of I'm not sure how I feel about a union with the mongrel.
There's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts at the moment. We'll have to wait to see how things play out. But Masumi, the reason you were sent to Yajinxi, if you remember, wasn't just because I wanted you to learn their ways. From a young age, you voiced your distaste for the way that we lived. Not only that, you had a useful skill. You were able to make others do what you wanted, and even though in our culture, where strength usually is the driving force, you found
She actually
ways around
interrupts you at this point and says perceived strength.
it. Aye. Perceived strength. Well, you did show one of my other children, your brother, all about that strength, didn't you? The strength of others doing what maybe you could not physically do yourself.
She
me,
she
you
smiles
are-
devilishly and will actually once again kind of like cut in and say, could not or did not need to.
Both. Misumi, I have no reservations that, apart from me, you are maybe the most dangerous person in Clan Densha.
She nods. She doesn't argue.
Yeah. That was a statement. It wasn't a
Mhm.
question.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope. But I've heard I've heard what you've said on the matter, and we will wait and see. But for now, we have the issue of your son. Pete, who was the ambassador to Clan Shadow, who managed to have an encounter with what was it again?
It was a devil. It was the contract devil. I can't think of the name off the top of my head.
A devil of sorts. Well, you asked me to recall him and to have him sent somewhere. Do you have any thoughts on where you would like that to be? Because I do.
I don't remember her asking him to be recalled and sent. I think that was a you thing.
That was you wanted Pete. You did it, Scott. I believe.
I genuinely don't remember sending Pete somewhere. That seems unusual.
Well,
I'm
you
pretty sure
wanted
the
to
recall
recall-
was Jake.
You wanted to call Pete, I believe.
Why would I recall
Yeah.
Pete?
Well, because it came from Misumi.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, okay, cool. I honestly don't remember, but go ahead. I was probably just I was probably just channeling Mama Bear.
Yeah.
Right.
He said,
Yeah,
that's fine, we're
so-
all confused.
Hold on, what was I gonna say? Yes, because I do. I think he needs to go home, and not to the north. I think he needs to spend some time in the land of his grandfather, I suppose. The land of his forebears, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Her face falls again and says, "And why do you think that is the place that he needs to go?"
Because, like it or not, it's in his blood. He's Karak, born in the north, maybe, but the blood of the south runs through him. He's had a different life than all of us. One where he's assumed a rather comfortable life. Now this creature that he's had contact with has rattled him, changed him, I hear. Not the same person he was anymore. Maybe spending some time in his ancestral home will give him some perspective, maybe get him out of his depression.
Has this creature been dealt with?
Do not know. It is, I believe, Shadow Tessel is looking into it.
So it's very possible this thing is still around. What do we know of it?
Wait,
Do
Scott,
not know.
she's
It
the
was
one
you
that had all the
brought me
information.
this. Yeah, it was you that brought me this.
IRL 5 months ago.
Yeah, but she was the one that brought all the information, just so you know. So like,
Oh, okay. So she told him it was a contract devil?
yeah, she's the one that told me about it.
Okay, then she would not and still would not know if it's been properly dealt with, though.
Yeah.
She's been gone for some time. So she would, okay, my apologies. Let's take it back a step. She says, so she asks, has it been dealt with yet? And your response was more or less no. Not as far as I know of.
Yeah.
So she'll say, so the plan is to send him to a land that wants him dead, surrounded by people that wants to kill him, as a devil, chases him down.
You're assuming the devil is chasing him down. He refused it, and I don't believe he has had any interactions with it since. Am I correct?
Not as far as I know of, but I wouldn't know. I've been away from home.
Well, I've heard that he does not speak of it. It's a bit hard to glean information when the boy won't talk.
And how is he meant to survive out there?
He'll be sent with a group.
He'll be watched after?
No. He'll be part of a small tribe. What they do, where they go, will be up to them. He is an equal member of that tribe.
Is he being inserted to some tribe as a leader?
No, not at all.
Which means that his actions are the whim decisions of some buffoon, some uneducated, malnourished.
Continue.
She shakes her head. Clearly, she's not happy with the situation.
I'm assuming, what do you want done with the boy? You want him sent to the north where he can lay around and wallow in self-pity? Maybe become a drunk?
You think that that's the only path? You think he's so meek that he cannot handle getting over the situation?
He will not even tell us of the thing.
He's encountered a supernatural creature unlike what most will ever see, unlike what I have ever seen.
But not something so different. I mean, it's different in a way, but of those that live in the south.
Then there's those things.
There is.
Not all Karok are born with the... some are born, know how to fight it. They just have an instinctive understanding of the way to hurt those creatures. And some just aren't born that way. And we don't know if he has that ability. We can't just assume he does because he was born with your blood and that most of your offspring have it. I only say most because only those that have been tested have proven it.
No, what we do know, though. We know that he denied this thing. So there must be something there. Less people may have given in, but he didn't. It seems to have taken a toll on his mental faculties. But he did say no. Whatever it offered him.
When a Karok is denied what it is that they want, how often do they just accept it and move on? Usually they double down. And this creature is far more fearsome than some.
This creature is not a Karok. You brought the information to me. Do they normally continue to press those that denied them?
If
You
there's
hold
an
all the cards here
opportunity.
on the information about this thing. I only
She
know of
nods.
it because of you.
She nods.
Please.
She says, if there is a reason to believe that success can be had, then yes. There could be a continued pursuit. I just can't prove whether or not there would be. She just looks very unhappy. She's trying to, deal with it.
Yeah.
She nods and says, you can roll sense motive, by the way. She nods and says, I understand that you've made your decision, and I have no counter offers to go against it. Very well, Warlord. He'll go to the south, and he'll prove to everyone that he's stronger than just saying no and denying some other creature. It proved to everybody that he's more than just doing more than most others who have ever lived or ever will live are capable of doing. He'll prove that he's already risen above what most others will ever rise above.
Good. Bring him in.
I'll fetch him. And she goes and she'll get him and return with him. Her face is appropriately back to reset.
Yeah. Does she say anything to him when she comes to get him?
She just says, your great grandfather's ready to see you. And I imagine does not see you as great grandfather, more of as a warlord. She's one of the few that crosses that line and pushes the whole familial aspect as opposed to the hierarchical aspect. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. What does he want?
to tell you your fate.
My fate.
Yes.
Have I done something wrong?
Unfortunately, no. You've actually done nothing but impress everyone around you time and time again. She places a hand on his shoulder and says, my boy, who else can stomach the ways of Clan Shadow the way that you did?
Kinda liked it there.
She nods and says, I know. And honestly, he's not a bad lad. He just is young, foolish, and doesn't understand the way the world works. He'll either die or be ground into his place, like all warlords eventually do.
Gives her this kind of like it's like a weird look, you know, because he doesn't want to say anything, but at the mention of Tessel, he's kind of like, you know, gives that a strange look, but he says nothing, and he enters the room.
She says
Pete.
she'll finish the line as you guys are walking up and say, oh, Tessel, so young, so naive, so much to learn. Someone's gonna have to teach him.
She has to have heard the rumors on the way back. There's no way she doesn't.
You feel like people are walking up to her and being like, did you do that? Is that you?
No, but someone with her ear as, you know, listening for rumors as she is, doesn't hear that. That's a pretty big rumor. It gave me
She just
infamy.
got back. She just got back.
Gotta go through my clan.
Nobody wants to be the one to bring it up.
I hate you.
They all assume she already did.
All right. So when they both come in, Rachel says, Pete, you served Clan Densho well in your appointment. However, due to things outside of your control, you are unable to serve there any longer. When he says this,
Masumi,
looks at
you say,
Masumi.
yeah, unable to serve any longer. And she says, you say unable, but is Pete unwilling? And she looks to him for a response.
Pete looks back from his mother to Daelric and says, I'm not unwilling. He kind of just like stumbles on his words for a second before being quiet. Daelric says, well, that's the problem, Pete. You're unsure of yourself. We have learned what it is that confronted you and the reason for your behavior. At this, Pete kind of shies away, almost takes a step back, and looks at his feet. Pete, are you able to tell us what happened? Because at the moment, all we've got is what your mother seems to have been able to dig up through your own image you drew for her. We're at a guessing game, and it'd be good to actually know what happened. Pete, still looking at the floor, says nothing at all. Very well, Pete. It appears that we will be playing this guessing game. What I think you need is some time at home. Not here, not in the north where you were born, but where I was born. You will be going to live amongst one of the tribes in the Barrenlands. You'll face many different things there. Things that will test your own will to live. You will eat as they do. You will live as they do. You will become stronger. Your own... You have a strong will, Pete. Now be the strong person to match it. During that, especially when he says he's going to the Barren Lands, you can see Pete stiffen, and he looks to his mother before breaking eye contact and then looking at Berix, and he says,
His mom would give him that look that more or less like says, like, you know your place, like do your diligence.
yeah. I only know stories. It's not something I've ever thought myself as doing. But if that is your will, Warlord, it is. Pete just bows and he says, "You have 7 days to prepare your things. I will prepare the group that is to be joining you. Do well. Make Densho proud." He just nods and he'll turn to...
If Pete is meant to put his life into the hands of this group, and their lives and his, with full understanding of the experience that Pete has and lacks, would it not be wise for Pete to have some degree of say in those that are chosen to go for the journey?
Asumi, do you really think I would choose those that would bring misfortune upon our own kin?
No.
Do you think I would not? Do you think I would not pick those with the greatest chance of success?
You said it yourself. Pete has experienced something that is beyond the full understanding of both you and of me. And perhaps that means he requires more than what you or I could understand to be comfortable or capable with this overbearing challenge that you are putting before him so he can once again prove his merit. My question is, she says, my suggestion is maybe Pete would also be a capable asset in deciding who to join in that voyage. Perhaps there is a kinship with someone that would help to spark that will when the times get rough.
Asumi, do you have someone in mind right now?
No. I have not always had the
I will
opportunity
tell
to be
you.
around my son.
No, you have not. Now, Pete will be joining a group. I am waiting for them to get here. They wander the Barren Lands in service to Vroga. He will be with those that I feel, with his unique situation, best to protect him. They are members of the Broken Chain.
She already knew that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I will, we have had dealings with them before, but these ones are solely based in the Barren Lands. So I'm waiting now for their arrival. And then he will be he'll be well looked after, as long as he puts in his puts in what they need, do as they say, he may be back to the person he once was, if not more.
Of course, Warlord. Your wisdom knows no bounds. The Ashnarok lives many lives to provide a deep understanding and great experience. She had bowed deeply. Unless you intend to hold her there, it was meant to be in a excuse myself kind of bow.
Yeah. I know you, Masumi. Better than anyone else. I know what you're capable of, what you've done. Do not interfere.
I will speak to no Karak, north or south. I will do no such thing as to interfere with the decisions that you make. You have made up your minds, and I will not stand against you.
Do not interfere.
She
Being
bows
in
again.
This world or another.
Sense motive.
I already know. I 100% know. Don't give me sense motive when I've come to this conclusion as various.
She just stands there and just looks him in the eye, the steeled eye, and she explicitly says, "Hold on, give me half a tick here." Here we go. I want to do. I'll take the 34. And she says, I understand, Warlord, and I have never let you down before.
Go and spend time with your son.
She bows and leaves. I had already made plans in my head. I was sitting there like, okay, he said 7 days. That gives her enough time to do what she needs to do. That's funny you called it out. It's funny you called it out because I was literally,
I knew.
as soon as the RP was about to end, I was about to go right into a narration so people would be like, what the fuck's going on? But Jake called it out before I got to do it.
You know what I was going to do? Throw her in a cell for 7 days.
Well, she convinced you that there's nothing to be concerned about.
Yep.
No, normally your cohort would listen to what it is that you're suggesting, right? Because she's literally your cohort. Normally she would listen to it. But first and foremost, she's not lawful. She's neutral, as you and I both know. Second of all, she's more than willing to make the decisions that nobody else is willing to make. And third of all, why would she listen to you when she has a trump card up her sleeve? So she absolutely goes, and since she found out,
forcing devil deals, man.
she absolutely goes and plays Mama Bear. And she's like, this motherfucker wants to mess with my son. I will see to it that instead of fucking with my son, that my son will survive this scenario. He will have what he needs to survive the scenario. So
I will disagree with you on one fact.
Wait, did they trump his cohort? I don't think that should be allowed. I don't think it should be.
No, actually, specifically, this is the line. Some devils got in the details again. ... was all it was. But I'm sitting there having this full conversation about Masumi. You're sending her son away because of everything. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, well, this is a perfect scenario for me to interpret this how I want to. So I'm like, absolutely, she would 100% do this.
I will agree and disagree with you on one matter.
Shoot.
If it is helping Pete survive more or less the task I've given him and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
As much as I don't like it, fair enough. If you are doing it to fuck the fuck Densho over in any way, I don't agree. Like,
so
you know what I mean?
What she would do is she would make a deal that is beneficial to the devil and beneficial to her son, right? Now, what is beneficial to the devil? She would not make a deal that directly impacted Densho, but she would make a deal. Devils don't think in short term. Devils aren't like slaughter 7,000 Densho and we give you what you want. That's stupid. They think in deals in terms that someone as short lived as a Korok wouldn't really think of, right? They think in deals in the terms like an Ashen Orc would think of, like Varrix's approach, unlike Tessel and Naren, tend to be very, very long term. He thinks long term. He does like quick things now with the intention of things that are going to happen well after the campaign ends. Jake's not like, oh, I'm never going to see this shit fucking come to fruition, but I'm building a scenario where it will continue to happen for generations, right? Because also, I imagine that Varrix doesn't think about, even though he expects to live another 50 plus years, he doesn't even expect to see the rest of his plans come to fruition, even in that scenario. But he knows that he'll be reborn as another Ashen Orc, and in his next life, he will see those plans come to fruition, or the life after that, right? So it's like everybody wants to see fucking Rome built in a day, but no, hundreds of years, right? 1,000 years. So that being said, where were we? So she would definitely make a deal that was beneficial to the devil and beneficial to her son, with negative impacts being things that did not directly impact Densho. But indirectly, that's a different conversation. So that's just because
that's on you. So,
but that's how the world turns, right?
Yeah,
yeah. That could be it's a butterfly effect. So
yeah,
I just need to decide what deal she would have made to benefit the son. Like, I imagine she would have done something to make sure, more or less, like he had the ability to defend himself. Like, she's not gonna sit there and be like, be a guardian angel on his shoulder and fight the things for him.
Guardian
like
devil.
That's, you know what I mean. But that's not the shtick she would go for, and not the kind of, like, if the things that, what's his name, Pete were fighting just died around him, people would either A, think he was cursed and so that would be a bad thing and probably kill him, or B, assume he couldn't handle it, whatever. So she would go about it a smart way. I just don't know what the devil would want in return quite just yet.
Well, we don't really know. So,
well, with the time frame that this is taking place in too, right? And who this devil is, because this devil has been seen in multiple campaigns. Because, like, I'm trying to think in this time frame. This is long before the Rena axe situation, right? And this is after the Devil Keep came to being, right? Because Devil Keep happened before the Rise of the Martyr, correct? The miscasting of the scroll was in season 1, I believe.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
They went back afterwards. Because isn't it the Devil Keep where they got all their money?
What was that?
No, that was a different keep, right? Or it wasn't the Devil Keep where they got the foundling VP for the kingdom? Or was that a different keep?
No, that was the other keep. That was the one in the forest. Yeah. Because they had 3 choices and they went with that one. So her drawback is she's missing a right eye. So I don't know what you're talking about. It's written in her drawbacks. Written in her drawback. Her drawback is she's missing the right eye, and then her feat is the voice of Sybil. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, Joey. Sorry. The trait drawback. I'm not seeing what he's talking about. Hold on, let me look down. Overlooked mastermind, skilled, extremely fashionable, blood of the Ashen Orc. Yeah, I don't see. Attached? That's not written anywhere on her sheet. Attached. Jake, open up Misumi. Make sure I'm not crazy.
I think I have access to it too.
Yeah, attached isn't written anywhere on here. Oh.
Nope.
Either way, she is loyal to Densho and to Varrix. She, without being the lawful alignment, she's loyal to them, but not lawful as a person. But the only thing she's loyal to above everything is her son. That's her only child, and it's her baby. So
I just read their weight category.
they're what?
I'm assuming it's cheat.
What is it?
The weight category.
Wait. Oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, but you also see the picture too under bio.
I saw it, yeah. But the first time I've opened the character sheet, that's the first thing I noticed.
Yeah, I laughed so hard the first time I ever saw it. I was like, oh my god. Oh, it even says in the personality traits, and the only thing written in bold, Masumi is extremely motherly to Pete. In stark contrast to the rest of her personality, right? Yeah. So yep,
That's
this
so
all falls.
voice-
It all falls like, and beyond that, she even has fucking knowledge fiends as like with a +10, which is like well beyond what the average person has. Like she's a very understanding of it. So yeah. Anyways, cool. I just have to make a decision with whoever it was that dropped that TC. Slide to my
it was.
DMs and chit chat with me. Not necessarily. Other people drop TCs all the time. Arnold could have dropped this TC fucking 2 weeks ago.
I don't believe it.
I get ever since the first time I allowed one person to drop a TC in the like as like a bomb in the future,
Look,
it's become
Scott.
the thing.
I will be unconvinced of anything.
Oh, okay.
I believe it's Steve.
Okay, that's fine.
That's my belief.
And I believe you're my son. So, you know,
I don't think these are equivalent statements.
prove me wrong.
I could get my birth certificate, which
Yeah.
would prove you wrong.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Excuse you probably got it printed where Obama got his. Okay.
True. Not wrong.
Oh.
I was born in Israel, obviously. Not an American citizen.
Yep. Both of you guys are Muslim because that's a factor. You know?
I don't think it's okay to say.
Is it not? I mean, that's the bullshit that people believed.
Yeah, but those people weren't smart.
I know. Which, when I say it's hyperbole, I clearly don't believe that.
Yeah. I updated our bonuses from the treaties and stuff. That's in the Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. Anyways, so Jake, that has played its course. That was a fun one. That was a fun little RP bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe something to note is the people that come to get Pete consist of a stout human and a hafue, as well as a couple of orcs.
This doesn't bode well for Pete. Right? Because they're heading west very soon. Right? They showed up what, season 3 or season 2?
Season 3?
Probably season 3 or the tail end of season 2, right? I think it was season 3.
Grishka isn't there. No.
No, Grishka can't be there. Wait, yeah, Grishka can't be there.
No.
So
Who
wait,
is
hold
a
on.
stout human?
Yeah. So, hold on one second. Because I'm pretty sure they showed up at the very end of season 2. When was what's his fuck assassinated?
Before the war.
No. Before the war. Oh, I'm talking about what's his name?
Leon, yeah. It was before
Leon.
the war.
Wait, but wasn't season 2 the war?
No, see, the war started at season 3 or
Season 1 was
partly
found. I think season 1 was found in the kingdom, and season 2 was
Yeah.
the war.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Season three
Season
was
1
one.
was
Oh, boiling
like
blood.
freeing the martyr.
Yeah, season
And,
1 was the martyr. Season 2 was the boiling blood. Was course what's his name?
Or Sugo.
Orsugo. I was saying Corsugo. Orsugo. Cool. So yeah, season 2 is Orsugo. Okay, cool. So season 3, yeah. So this would be literally while they're heading east. Okay, west. Sorry, while they're heading west. I guess we know Pete doesn't make it.
He might be sent back.
That's funny. That or maybe we just find him somewhere else in the future. Maybe he's now forevermore removed from this campaign, and a different campaign will bump into him somewhere.
Jake will play Pete in a future campaign. That's fine.
That or maybe Pete has like demon blood now. Maybe his mom made him a tiefling.
Make that first tiefling in timeline order.
Yeah, that would be right. Right. Wait, were you
Yeah.
guys? Who's that? Wasn't your campaign? No, that wasn't your
It,
campaign.
it was the other campaign.
Yeah, they ended on that one too. Fucking rosin.
Yeah.
Rosin walked across a bridge and set it on fire while her allies were still standing there.
That's amazing.
Yeah. In the new campaign we're doing, she's playing like a concierge rogue. So she actually tries not to fight. She tries to talk through everything.
Oh.
Which is pretty funny.
Can she handle the non-chaos?
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, there's plenty of chaos.
Oh, lovely. Well, that's what happens when you have Steve.
Guys, no. It's not Steve.
Is it? It can't be Norway. I don't want to believe it.
Bro, his character is unsettling. And he plays it so accurately. Like, he makes all the worst decisions for all, like, the in-character reasons. And it just gets slapped around constantly. Like, but they're wrong. He can put up a fight. It's just his die rolls haven't been in his favor. So,
That sounds like me.
like, he has caused somebody, the rest of the party's like, bro, we said don't fight. And he was like, oh, I thought it was going in that direction. Okay.
Well, let's move on to the research, I guess, right?
Is that the next bit?
Yeah, and then random event.
I think it's more than
the
random.
research till last. I'll do the rest of the events first.
Okay,
I
hold
think it's
on.
the last one, right? Isn't it? Is there anything else?
Hold on.
Do I have any
Hold on.
actual events?
Oh, hold on. Vienna, Erithel, Aurorum. Talk to Erithel because Aurorum was pointed out that Shadows conflicting. Wait.
Yeah, we did that one. That was the Irithel one.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Sorry. So it's Pete. Densho creating Triaxian vassal at the Eldamar Barrenlands border. Okay, so let's do this. And let's drag you here. Back. Okay. Forward. Scroll down a bunch. Okay, so where was the tribe being made? Can you ping it for me, Jake?
Either here or here. I'd have to take the land first, though.
Not as vassal state. You just have to deposit money into them.
It wasn't on the hill? Oh, that's right, because Traxians like to be inside the trees. That's right.
Yeah.
They can handle the weather swings, but they like to be in the trees because they like to have the high ground. So between now and the Adirian War was when 2 and 3 joined. There is 6 months with Pete in the Barrenlands before he comes back home. So
I mean, all I'm saying is as well, like Pete is. They got told something, but whether or not it ends up happening, what happens with Pete, we don't know. We know where they end up. We don't know what happens with Pete.
Yep.
He could have stayed in the Barrenlands. He could have went with them. We won't know until
Jake is saying Pete is now headcanon. What happens to Pete is what you think happens to Pete.
Unless he comes back.
So he just marries a Triaxian.
I can see it.
Yeah. He just wanted to get some
Based. And cat pilled.
All right. So back to the game. Which chunk of land were you supposed to snaggity grab?
I don't know this one.
So that means this isn't come to pass yet.
I don't.
Yeah.
For a vassal state, you
Okay,
don't need to
hold
claim
on
the
now.
land.
Oh, it's true. They claim it, right? Because it doesn't count as your land.
You have to give them money to
I
start.
critically succeeded, and it was one of the things was I don't have to provide that initial funding.
Yeah.
Well, giving them money will help build them up anyway. They'd be useful. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're doing that on their own. So what
We
we'll
have
do
those-
is this.
we have those NPC sheets that are half decent.
Yeah, I'll deal with that afterwards. For now, I'm going to do this. Like this. Go like this. That. Make it a light blue. Put it here. So it's not continuous with your lands. There's a little bit of a gap there. I kind of want to put it one more over, so it's inside like the deeper forest area. But at the same time, I think being closer to the actual barren lands itself is probably more beneficial for them. So
You know what I've just realized too is, that person that we seen in Inclame that we thought was Beltran with that axe. Maybe it wasn't Beltran. Maybe the axe got
It's
passed
Pete.
on to somebody else.
Beltran was
Who knows?
was human. Pete is Quark.
Human.
Oh, is he human or is he Quark? Oh, his mom's a Quark, but his dad is a human.
Yes.
Oh, so he's a York.
16th. 16th.
No, he's
Hey,
eighth. He's eighth.
we don't know it was Beltran. Could have been Pete. Who knows?
Very, it's very possible. It is very possible.
I would love that canon switch. That'd be really funny.
That, or maybe it's Beltran and Pete. Maybe they fancied one another. Maybe Beltran and Pete sitting in a cave.
Could
Meeny,
be.
miny, mo.
You know?
Catch a triaxial.
Anyone got the daddy's throne and scene, we'll make it happen. We'll make it.
Oh! End scene is great. End scene is meant to be like, you don't want to do an end scene in like like an end of campaign boss fight because that like ruins it. I would actually, it'd be anticlimactic because I would deny it if you're ending the campaign.
Yeah.
But I don't care if it was like a
would be
normal.
A waste almost of it. I feel.
Yeah. But like a normal boss fight or a normal scene or whatever, just allowing the PC to completely take over and narrate how things happen, I'm fine with that. Like, oh, and now you're fighting this big boss. You fight, then I'd be like, all right, have fun. How do you describe it? Just don't be a dick. Like, respect the story and let the PC take over. So, but anyways, all right, cool. Where are we? Okay, so yeah, vassal states there. Did we ever solidify what vassal states do?
They provide a percentage of their.
Did we ever find what other people ruled that vassal states do?
Well, what vassal states do is that I think it's pretty safe to you start immediately with a embassy, treaty, and alliance with them, so you get 10% of their economy and stability, and then other than that, there's nothing else on the rules.
But I mean, like, what?
I would say you could get like 10% of the man. You could I think.
Yeah, but like, what benefit would you have from a single square vassal state?
Well, theoretically, they would be growing. I have some ideas. I can write up into a Google Sheets for you, Scott. That might be a fun way of doing it.
I don't know how important it is. You're welcome to write down some ideas, but like, I would leave it at that. I wouldn't go too in depth. You know what I mean? I don't know how important it is, but
I was
either
just
way.
gonna come up with some types that give bonuses to the base nation.
I could even say something like maybe you just get a number of BP equal to the size of the clan. Might be nice and simple. Like, if you have a vassal state, perhaps maybe like right off the bat, your economy goes up by 2, and then you also have 1 BP extra generated every month, or something like that. You know what I mean? Like that might be, beneficial.
What I can see, not to drag on a bit, is that
or even your stability goes down by 2, economy goes up by 2, and you get 1 BP every month. What's up?
What I could see is that there would be 4 or 5 types of vassal states, like military, economy, stability,
makes
and
sense.
loyalty. And if you have the military,
Kind of like
one,
choosing alignments for your own kingdom. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the military one gives you a number of elites, extra elite soldiers, right? That you can recruit maybe even for free, or you have a certain amount from the nation that's trained by.
Oh my god, it's almost like if you look up settlements having traits.
Yeah, and
okay.
that's kind of what I think. Those what kind of my ideas are you make them you designate them something, right? And then they give you bonuses related to that, and then diminish other bonuses. Like how they have it in Stellaris nowadays. Not sure. I don't think you know that the game, but
it's funny. I watched Stellaris. And I'm like, this game is my fucking cup of tea. It reminds me of Masters of Orion, which I don't know if you know Masters of Orion from the 90s. Okay, like that game was. I put hundreds of hours into that game in my youth. So I see Stellaris, and to me, that's just like a much better, more modern version of Masters of Orion. And I would love to play it. It's just we all know that I don't have time for that. So
well, if you want to get into it, I play it.
Well, so do Anno and Joey all the time in Discord. So yeah,
true.
And Green plays it a lot too. So How many people can you put in multiplayer? And do you play? Is it
like 30?
is it competitive or cooperative?
Depends on how you want to play it.
Gotcha. So that'd be fun to do like a community Stellaris game. You know what I mean?
It can get a little laggy depending on people's internets.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that could be. Either way, moving on. Back to game. Where were we? Is that what it was? Masters of Orion 2? Let me just Google that. Masters of Orion 2. Yep, that's it. Yep, that's the fucking face. I remember the big green face. Yep. And I'm pretty sure Masters of Orion is like the progenitor or the spiritual predecessor to Stellaris. And I could be mistaken. Maybe I'm out of turn in saying that, but it looks like the spiritual predecessor.
There's a lot of other games that have come between them.
Yeah, but I think this is the first one of its kind. Again, maybe I'm mistaken. So
I followed the development of Stellaris, and I don't think they ever mentioned it. So,
well, yeah, you don't want to give somebody else credit. You want to pretend like it's all your idea.
It's not how it works.
I'm just kidding. But anyways, cool. Man, imagine a Masters of Orion like tabletop. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Back to the game.
Yeah, Jake's events. We'll figure out the colony stuff or vassal stuff at some other point.
Yeah. So that doesn't matter at this point. So I think that goes through Joey's checklist because the Vienna thing is just when you finally fucking make the shit for her and send her off, right? You also wanted to talk to Galtma. Was Galtma returning now to
talk to Galtma. I think Galtma, the only thing that was with that was Mara went off with her.
Oh, that's right. No,
Yeah.
So the horses weren't coming with her. They were coming on their own. Or Commatory, sorry. And you know what's funny is I actually just watched a couple episodes of Avatar. I was like doing work on a laptop while Roy was sitting next to me watching Avatar. And I looked up and I forgot that they ride a bird horse thing. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like the Commatory that we use in our game. But they look way more sturdy. Meaning they could probably it's almost like what I need to do is once again, like as I'm trying to retool the worlds to fit my thing, is take Axebeak, call them Commatory and change their stats slightly. And then bam. And then we have what we want. What's up?
Oh, nothing. You'll see later.
Okay. If it makes you think that Cell already did that.
No.
Anyways, moving on. We'll chat post campaign. All right. So I think that was it for all this other shit, except for the whatchamacallit. So Jake, actual kingdom shit for you. 1 second, sir. Before we do the random one, which I think you have the only one with that special feat.
Yeah, he is.
So that finishes off all the events that were previously owed to you because of like past campaigny stuff. Cool. Yep. All right, let's go to. This is May. What month of May? I think this one's already done, but that's not you anyways. This is June. What month are we? Are we in June? Yeah. And this is Kushibashi, so this isn't you. Cool. So let's go over to here. This is April, which is long since passed. We already did this one. Okay. Is that okay? Yeah. I was like, bro. I was like, huh? All right, June. Okay, this one I don't think we did yet for you. So we're gonna go over that in a second. And then over here, let me read this one. This was. Ooh, interesting. I'll get to that in 1 second. Okay, cool. Let's do this one first.
How many are there?
I believe 2 plus random. And might only be 1 plus random. I want to read that.
I wasn't supposed to get the June one this time, but if there's only 2, I suppose it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it is June though. Like June's almost over.
Yeah, but because Cell and that didn't get theirs, you said that I didn't have to have the June one this time.
Oh, stop. All right.
We'll go with it.
So Egrid is going to say this. Egrid is. I actually have to pull up the stats. I always have to pull them up because I have a hard time. I should be easier if I had papers in front of me because Roll20 moves so slow now. It'd be easier for me to open a binder to Egrid than it is trying to use Roll20 because it's so fucking slow lately. It's frustrating. I have to go boomer style because the tech ain't doing its shit. All right. Where are you? Half orc, aristocrat, lawful evil, female, and their position is the what? They are the
Counselor.
counselor. Sorry, counselor.
Yeah.
All right. Warlord. There has been a drug that has grown increasingly popular within the lands of Clandensho over the recent months that has many of our citizens craving it. It is called Ruktar. It is a performance enhancement that increases one's physical strength and pain tolerance. The drug is being used by Barrenland's tribes nearby as an herbal medicine by the shamans to keep injured warriors fighting. And it has also found itself in Deadport, finding a large market there, not only from the Karak that wish to prove their worth, but those that now mix with the Karak and are trying to prove their worth. The cost is the damage of their ability to think, and it's illegal in most Kajinksi clans. However, it is not currently, there are no current laws prohibiting the use of this drug in Clandensho. Clandensho, being on the Barrenlands border, has left us very vulnerable to the drug being brought across and leaving its effect as it leaving like a trail as it goes. Are you familiar with Ruktar, Warlord?
No, I'm not.
It is popular, as I said, among the tribes that are able to get their hands on it. Popular in Deadport. But from what I understand, it's popular in other regions as well. And this is where What's His Fuck will chime in. Irithel. Actually, yes, Warlord. I have heard of this before. This Ruktar. It is popular. Up in the north. There are the laws, the rules, and those that follow them. But then there are those that still give in to their primal nature, being Karak. Though they can't do so openly. There are fighting pits that exist, tucked away here and there. Most of them not legal, some of them are. And this is a very common drug used there. It's almost expected that warriors will use them, just to give them the enhancement. As Egrid said, when I understand it, eventually can just waste away the mind of those that use it. Do you have knowledge alchemy at all, or no? Does anybody in your clan have knowledge alchemy?
No.
Okay, then we'll skip any
Oh wait,
further
don't you have an alchemist?
Nope.
Okay.
I wanted an alchemist, but I couldn't have one.
So let's continue on. Who is your XYZ? Your fuck, you guys always name your shit weird. Your law speaker is Egrid. Continues saying, I think we should approach this with shame. Make an example out of those that are known users by publicly shaming them. Have their feet and hands bound to posts to showcase the rest of our citizens the dangers of drug withdrawals and what a weak Karak looks like, who depends too heavily on this drug. Your shadow, which is your nickname, I believe, for Irithel, says, if we wish to get the Ruktar off the streets, then we should hunt down the ringleaders who are pushing it. Most likely a tribe that's most recently immigrated to Kabe and had a large stash and capitalized on profits, on the profit the drug brought in. If the ogres knew a thing or two, I could have my agents question them and follow up whatever the lead they discover. your taskmaster, who happens to be Mortifer. Mortifer thinks only warriors should have drug for medicine. Use help, kill more. Anyone that is not Mortifer must meet Mortifer's hammer to test themselves as warrior. You wish use drug? You ask. And and Mortifer prove if worthy. Typical Mortifer. Voice of Varix, which is Masumi. Honestly, Warlord, this performance enhancement drug has several interesting uses that draw on the interest of many Karak. However, if Densho was to officially legalize the use and sales of the drug in our lands, then the income that our clan will receive here would be great, not only for our citizens, but also from the important individuals Kajinksi, Kajinksi who have deep pockets that might wish to come and visit Densho to indulge themselves with less legal risk. We can set up a luxury store of sorts for the sole use of distributing this drug recreationally. It would be a perfect way to organize it, and if there's concerns about overuse, well, we can always regulate it if need be. Your treasurer, who is Sarash. I remember this. I do agree. Legalizing Ruktar would be the best. But we should focus more on the income it could bring in. This is actually something that's Deadport has capitalized on for many years. Ships come, ships go, and much coin switches hands. Ruktar along with it. If we can control the market by heavily taxing the sales of the drug, it would limit widespread use, but also allow Densho to greatly profit from it. Setting up a trade shop could keep track of the sales of Ruktar. This could be enough. I will repeat those ideas if you need to, and I'm also curious what Clan Shado has to say.
I don't need you to repeat, but if Cell wants to jump in, he can.
How long has Ruktar been in Deadport? Is it a recent thing, or is it a thing that's been going on for generations?
It's been around for a while, but it's only recently. Like Ruktar's been around for forever, but it's only. Wait, did you say Deadport or Densho?
Deadport.
Oh, Deadport. Deadport's older than you
Yeah.
guys even know, so it's always been there.
Okay, cool. Because
For all intents and purposes.
Cthulhu is from Deadport, which is what I was asking.
Oh, okay. And Cthulhu knows that Deadport's. Well, you traveled through Deadport, so you
I
don't
did.
need a
I know
description.
what
Yeah.
Deadport is, which is why I made Cthulhu from Deadport, because I could fill in that information.
Yep.
See, this is my. I do not like the drug and its use. It is fake Karuk strength. We should not use drugs to prove it. That is all.
Chiming in to counter you immediately, Masumi looks at you and says, "The problem with you, Cthulhu, is that you only see the world from the perspective of somebody who's born and raised in the deep, so far south that one would even question how Karak you really are. You see, the true Karak, those of Kajinksi, know that Karak's strength comes not just for what their body brings, but what their mind can enhance it with. Are you not familiar with the fighting style that is all the rave in Kajinksi? That is not about physical might, but one's ability to go beyond our sheer strength. This drug does just that. I don't know if he counters her counter.
I would find there's a difference. That is all.
She'll just give him like a loving smile because she doesn't want to offend him, even though she straight up said like,
He's
you're not real correct.
he's straight faced, like, you know. She can say what she wants, but she's not from the Barren Lands.
Yeah,
She doesn't understand.
Nope. And you're also not from the true Barren Lands. If you're like born and raised in Deadport or from like close to, it's not the same. But
yeah, but he was like, he lived there, went out, lived there. It was like a trader kind of situation.
yeah, so that means he's not a Barren Lands Karuk. That means he's a Deadport Karuk. There's like three different Karuks, right?
Yeah.
There's like the Barren Lands, the Kajiksi, and the.
I would say he's like in the middle between Barren Lands Karuk and Deadport Karuk, living in like the edge of that society.
Which is like Jake is the same exact thing with Kajiksi and yeah. Cool. All right, moving on. Sorry.
All right, so can you just tell me the difference between Masumi's suggestion and Sarash's?
Yep. So Sarash specifically wants to focus on taxes, which means that more or less to accomplish this task, you're going to, as part of accomplishing this task, you're agreeing to building a trade shop. As a reminder, a trade shop adds 1 to economy, 1 to stability, and needs to be built next to a house. Later on, it can be upgraded to a guild hall, but it gives you 1 economy, 1 stability, and increases the base value of the town it goes into by 500 and the productivity by 1. Okay? I'm going to repeat that one last time. 1 economy, 1 stability, productivity 1, 500 increase. So that's about focusing on the taxes and trying to get money off of it, as opposed to focusing on the luxury aspect and it being a draw to your nation. It's saying, oh, you can have it, but you're going to pay for it. Like how marijuana has a 30% sales tax, right? You can have it, but you're going to fucking pay for it. Whereas she's saying, oh, it doesn't have to be as expensive. This is a draw to bring others in. And so what hers is +1 economy, no stability. Increase base value by 2,000. And could, in theory, make magic items as well as a luxury shop, but the magic items wouldn't be directly produced from the shop. What it is you have more or less people coming from afar that have things that they're willing to trade or sell, which is why it would boost your town's ability to. So she's really boosting the economy by not regulating it as much and more just saying it's a draw to pull people in. One, it's legal, but not as heavily used, and more or less becomes something that only the wealthy can afford, or they're heavily addicted. The other one, it's many, many more people can afford, and so because of that, it draws more people in. Your choice.
I see. Well, Joey is right because it's exactly what I envisioned. So I assume we're gonna have to go with Masumi here.
Of course, because Masumi has all the best.
So that's the making it more of a draw to Kabe, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So that will be for you. You're gonna roll from Masumi. This is I believe it's an economy check. It's funny. The suggestion is stability, but that doesn't make sense to me. It makes more sense it's an economy, I think. Let me just double check. Let me just see. Sorry. It makes more sense to me. It's an economy check. This isn't a particularly difficult one. It's an average DC because just legalizing it and setting up luxury shops is super easy. But you need to more or less confirm you're going to build a luxury shop next turn. If you don't, then it automatically becomes a failure. So for any reason you do not make a luxury shop, automatically this becomes a failure.
So I have to build a luxury shop next turn.
You have to on your building phase. If you're going with hers. But the DC is average, which is a DC 12.
DC 12.
Oh, wait, never mind. Okay.
What were you gonna say, so?
No, I forgot that you can skip upgrade steps. You don't have to go through them. Because a luxury store upgrades from a shop.
Okay, yeah.
But you can skip that stuff.
So how much is the luxury store?
It's like 20 something overall.
increases base value by 2,000. How many months? How much cost?
It is 7
Probably
BP over
6.
4 months.
4.
7
So
BP a month for
28
4
BP.
months. Yeah.
Well, I can't really go against what I envisioned it, so we're gonna go with that.
Okay. It's expensive,
Um,
but at the same time, it's so fucking worth it. Like increasing your base value by
Yeah,
2,000
100%.
and then adding magic items into it too. You're like, now you can actually, what's the base value of Kabe right now? Because it's Kabe you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Kabe's base value, oh my God, that would bring your base value, just that alone, up to 5,000. That means you could actually start getting like circlets of wisdom and shit like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go with it. I was either building or going to build something that like gave me the discount to luxury shop, so I have to go through my stuff and see if I have it or not. But yeah,
Oh, wait.
I will. That's what we'll do.
Cell made a cheat
Um,
sheet of all the discounts that apply. Because we kind of like
Yeah.
worked through how we want to do
Nova
it or
Villa.
whatever.
Sorry, I was wrong. Joey's right. Nova Villa does have the cost of a.
Bro,
like
the Noble Villa is done starting next month.
Yeah. So if I start it, I should get the discount, correct?
And you start it next month. So it'd be Noble
Yeah.
Villa finishes, then you start it, you get the discount. What's the
Yeah.
discount? How much off is it?
50.
Cool. So that means it'll cost you. So how much is it? You said SSL? How many BP?
It's 7 per 4. So you would do
28. You said so.
14.
So no. 28. 28 divided by 2 is 14. So
Yeah.
so
That doesn't
4
divide
4
by
3
4.
3, right?
Yeah, 4 4. 3 4 is 1 3. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I'll probably
Or
just do the
4
7
4
and
4
7.
2. Yeah, you just
I'll
do 4
just
4
do
4
the
2.
7 and 7 because I'll have my person.
Well, can't you use get it done?
So.
You can use get it done.
Um,
I mean, it might be beneficial.
Ooh, that's really.
Yeah.
Well, why don't
14
you
BP.
roll the die and then we'll talk. It's
Yeah, yeah.
it is economy check, not stability. It's an economy check, and it is an average roll. So it's actually only a DC 12. Let me just look at her abilities real quick. Masumi is good at. Oh, nothing. She's not a Patreon character. So is economy, you have a +0. She has no focus. She normally is a +10, and it gets a DC 12. Oh, you'd be hard pressed to fuck this up. Good luck. Oh, by the way, you were given a Winifred's wisdom to use at some point in time if you need to.
Oh, good.
I assume you're not
All
using
right,
it here.
so I have a no. All right, so do we have any luck?
No clue. You're gonna find out when you roll.
All right, so it's a D20 plus 10, right?
Yes, sir.
There we go. That's a pretty cool success right there.
Okay, so the reason I wanted you to answer that question first before I finished is the way it's gonna work for this one is because you chose her. Your critical success means that after you complete building it, so you have to write a note about this. Write your note saying that it has to be built, and then write a note. And this might be why you might want to do get it done or whatever it is. Critical success after you complete building it. So the month that it's done being built, important and wealthy people flock to Densho, and it applies the benefits of the Boomtown event, as well as a +1 to social for your town. Unfortunately, because you're also bringing in a whole bunch of people with a drug, this also allows +1 crime.
Adds up.
All right, so it was after finished. It's a
Boomtown event. Yep. Do you remember what Boomtown is or no?
I don't, but I can look at that when we're.
So you more or less your commerce booms, and until the next event phase, your economy increases by the number of buildings in your settlements that grant an economy bonus. But corruption also increases by 1d4 for that settlement.
Yeah.
So the corruption stays, but the economy gets that one huge boom town. It's like the one time boom. So every building, when that's done, that gets that gives you an economy, gives you a +1 economy for a whole month.
Right.
So whatever other buildings.
Yeah. So for succeeding, I don't get any. Did you say I get a +1 to economy, or is that after I build it as well? Or does that just come with the building?
Oh, that comes with the building.
Okay, so it's just the building. All right, yeah, I get you.
Mhm.
All right.
I'm curious. So Kabe, that would be economy building in and of itself. What other economy buildings? So you currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So with that would make 10. You would have a +10 to economy as it stands right now. That doesn't even include whatever's already being built or what would be built before then. It would be a +10 to economy for a month. So for a month, that at least gives you back 3 of the BP that you just spent, and you're only doing it at half cost. So it effectively only costs you 11. Right? That's amazing.
That's really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy with that.
So, and I won't lie, the fucking +2,000 to your base value, because the base value is not limited as a city.
Yeah, well, I had planned to build a luxury store anyway, so this just accelerates that and also helps me out.
Cool, awesome, sexy, sexy, sexy. That's you, Jake. You're sexy. All right, better than trade store in my opinion. So fun fact,
more expensive.
If you went with the other one, the other one would have done the less expensive store, but it would have given you the economy boom one, in which case you would have increased your treasury by 1d6 and every 6 was exploding.
Yeah.
So that had the chance of just being like raw money. But
yeah,
either way. Cool. Ruktar, if you're not familiar with the drug, I'm going to share this in chat, in Twitch chat. That's how it works. Drugs have additional effects beyond just the what's written there. But the 1d4 intelligence damage is painful. All right, cool. Give me half a tick to double check this. Okay. 1 second. Okay, cool. So this is going to come to you from who's your marshal? Densho. Who's your marshal?
it's Marunda.
Miranda. Warlord. She's got like a deeper voice. Warlord. A group of foreigners are traveling our land. They seem to be warriors with strange weapons and armor, some with seemingly magical capabilities. They do not raid our lands. They speak their own language and are not Karak. They seem to be all hobgoblins. They claim they hail from the west and seek a place lost in time to reclaim for themselves. They don't seem to have had the knowledge that these lands were already claimed by us, but are willing to cooperate with us if we help them in their quest. They have kept their information close to themselves and have not told us who they work for. They claim no one. She says, scratching their chin. I have only one name. The leader amongst them. Her name is Sonya Raiden. Her, continuing, she says, these vagabonds care very little about our rules and culture. True, they seem capable in combat, but we are Karak. It would not be difficult to drive them from our lands. Whatever they are searching for, we can find it and make it ours. Your Magister, who is, what's his name? Gartesh, right?
Yeah.
My warlord, these people are intriguing. They clearly possess knowledge we do not have. We should aid them, or at least learn about them. Maybe not full-out payments, but the knowledge of the land and history could help them, and they may give us some in return. And just scoffing at that immediately, your marshal says, and surrender our land to them because they make some ancient claim against it? Your treasurer, who is Sarush, says, well, honestly, Warlord, this sounds like an opportunity for a good old deal. They need food, shelter, knowledge, equipment, and so on. We have all of that. And they, in return, have possibly ancient treasures or maybe other type of knowledge. I say we propose a deal. We find them, and in return, we fund them, and in return, they will give us some of what they find. We should probably send someone with them, just to be sure they don't just leave with what they find. Give me half a tick on this one. Double check your other advisors. Your lore keeper is Roderick. Does Roderick have a character sheet?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up. Just want to get his personality before I say anything? Or is it intentions?
I
or
don't think he
whatever?
has his bio written.
That's okay. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Roderick. There you are. Hey, baby. I need to see like alignments, stats, things like that. That's usually all I need. Who their god is. All right, cool. All right. Roderick is your historian, right? He says, Warlord, they may have ancient claim to these lands, but they definitely already have knowledge of these lands. We could hunt them down, kill them, torture them for the information they have, and learn from it. We can work with them, hands in hand closely, and even concede to them and give them the lands that they claim as theirs, and learn from that. Or perhaps we keep the lands and most of the riches for ourselves and allow them to take the fair plunder for having discovered it and leading us there and doing most of the work. Whatever decision you make, I really don't care what it is. But I suggest that we try to acquire the knowledge they have. He leans in a little bit, elbow on the table, leans in a little bit and says, I bring this up because of what's recently been happening with Clan Shadow. There have been a lot of discoveries beneath Shadow as of late. Most of the details are not shared with the council, but all of us have heard rumors of disappearing below grounds for extended periods, and most people have seen the physical changes to the Warlord. I'm curious if such things exist here as well. Leans back.
All right, so that's all the options.
That's what it seems like, unless you have something else yourself that you think is a good idea. That's all it seems like to me.
I would have thought maybe Iritha would have had one because we don't know who these people are or work for. So, I mean, that would have been...
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Yeah, Iritha could chime in. Iritha could say, I agree with what most of them are saying, poignantly not gesturing in the direction of Miranda. I agree with what most of them are saying, but but I truly do not think we should engage with them yet. Being the warriors that they are, we don't know what they're capable of. They wield magic. Barring the warlord, how many of ours do? That could pose a greater danger than we are prepared to engage with, for reasons that we don't know. Perhaps we just let them go about their business, ignore them for now, so long as they don't do anything too egregious and they remain tourists. And I send word and listen deep back west and find out what we can learn of this group, who they are, who they serve, what their purpose and meaning is. Maybe knowing that would make a better decision moving forward.
Yeah, so what I want to do is... It's weak. So I want to do almost like a combination, but I don't know how it will work. Because I feel like Irithel, we need to go with first, learn who these people are, or if they work for somebody. But then I have no problem with Sarash's one, which is like fund them, take some of their stuff, more or less.
So you say you were saying Suresh, and what was the first one?
Irithel, because we need to know who we're
Irithel.
dealing with first before we can then,
So how do you
have a deal with
express your split opinion? Because Cell can chime in and your advisors can counter your split opinion. Go ahead.
I like Sarash's suggestion, working with them, especially if they have knowledge of the land, knowledge of where these things could be, and taking some of them, allowing them to take what they've discovered as long as they pay the tax of swords and provide us with some of the items if it is there. However, we need to know who we're dealing with first. If these are agents working for Zinquin, obviously it's not something that we'd be prepared to do and would change our actions. So I'm torn. I feel like almost a combination of both needs to be done.
Sal, how do you chime in?
You could suggest them that you will help them in time. Ask them to do a favor for you. A mission, pay them. In that time, let the Irithel do his research. So they cannot get further in their quest. So you may learn the truth of it and then proceed from that.
Warlord. We are Karak, as Miranda says. And if they are a threat, we will destroy them. We all know this. But we are currently struggling, failing to raise the armies we need for all of our plans, engaging with the enemies to the east, preparing to defend from the north in case they are truly not our allies, like they've shown to be the case with Kushibashi and the conquest to the south. Can we really invest monies into people we don't know, searching for a thing we don't know, when all of this could just be a ruse or a misguided venture? I say just let them do their thing and pass, or kill them. Or if you must engage with them, then find out what they are first. At least then when we kill them, we know what we're fighting. But we're not wasting our money when we need it for our soldiers.
They wouldn't say soldiers, they'd say
Warriors.
Irithel, find out who they are and who they work for.
he nods. All right. For Irithel. Irithel. It's funny. The hardest one was your Marshal. And you chose not to go with Marshal. Because of distance and whatnot, this is a difficult one. Irithel has a pretty solid bonus. He normally has a plus 11. It's unfortunately not the... he doesn't have... Imposter syndrome wouldn't apply. Underestimate it as whatever. The quartz doesn't apply. This is an economy check. Oh, it's an economy check again, which unfortunately doesn't benefit you. Basic DC on this one is... Oh, it's nothing crazy for you. Basic DC on this one is hard. Actually, hold on. Basic was hard. It was different for others. I kind of want to increase it because you have to go so fucking far to find details because nobody around here would have information. Yeah, I'm going to increase it. I'm going to make it from hard to formidable just because Irithel is not a base option. It's an alternative option. And it's so far he has to go to find out information. So yeah, let's do formidable, which is DC 13. It's an economy check because you're looking. This is a financial opportunity here. So you have a plus 0. Irithel usually has a plus 11. So So you have plus 11 against a 23. You do have a Winifred's Wisdom if you care to use it. This is the last of the, except for the random roll.
Yep. I will use it on this one.
Okay, so it gives you a
I'll
plus
also
16.
use
Mhm.
his friends in high places, which gives me +3 to this check.
Whoa. Okay. That could also potentially cut the time for this to happen. All right. So that gives you a 11 to a 14 to a 19 against a 23. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
That means even if you natty 1, you have a chance of passing just by the luck die.
Adventurers is how much again for like the +2?
I think it goes what? For plus
4?
2, it's
Yeah.
5.
Is it
Maybe it's
5?
4. Look it up. Look it up under events. I'm gonna read something else while you're looking that up under events. Okay.
Yep.
It's not 1 BP, definitely. It's more than that.
Hiring adventurers.
It's pinned in our Discord.
4 BP for +2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna spend 4 BP as well. That should give me +21.
Jesus Christ. So you borderline can't fail. All right, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. Rolls that one. Oh, sorry. I'm not
All
sure
right,
it's
good
chat.
success.
Boom. Wow. So at that point, it's like, oh, why did I waste all those assets? But all right, never mind. That's cool. That's a disgustingly high success. So, all right, critical success. This is what you discover. Ready?
Yep.
These people here are not little fuckabouts. Like, most likely these characters are all like, we're talking like 6th, 7th level characters, right? It's not a huge band, but they are very, very capable individuals, right? They are members of something called the Order of the Eternal Guard. This is an organization of people that technically are Perrin. Technically, they're Del, I should call them. Because their home is high in the mountains of Vala. However, they do not politically associate themselves with Paradel and do not partake in any things there aside from maybe the town paying its appropriate dues to the local government or what have you. But they're so high in the mountains, good luck coming to get them, right? They're well renowned for being trained from a very young age. Like, whereas Karuk are just survival of the fittest, beat the shit out of each other to see who gets the food to survive. That's not how they are. Think like the movie 300. From a young age, they're taught how to fight. And if you don't survive, if you're not capable of fighting, if you're not the proper warrior, then your job is to stay home. Doesn't matter if you're male, female, or anything in between or without. If you're not a capable warrior, your job is to serve everybody else who is a capable warrior with making things that add to the warring. Those that are capable warriors are trained in all the arts of monster hunting. They specifically go around and clear out areas of monsters. So that's what they're known for. And even within their groups, they have specific factions of people that they focus on. There are those that are demon devil hunters, or demon hunters, devil hunters, beast hunters, so on and so forth. They are a group that is specifically trained for that. They're not witchers because witchers are enhanced people. These are just regular people, right?
They're close
But
enough.
they are what are they called?
Rangers.
Hobgoblins that trace their lineage back to the Mole Empire, and so they have a lot of their laws are what they believe to be extensions of what the Mole laws are. Similar to like how Western common law is based off of some old fucking shit that was built over the course of a couple thousand years. It's like the same idea, right? It's their laws are based off of like old laws of the Mole. So anyways, they are apolitical. Like I said, they're technically Del. They don't give a fuck about the Del. They don't give a fuck about anything that's happening north, south, east, west of there. They have their own rules, their own beliefs, and they fucking stick to them and they go with it. Them being apolitical means that they have no interest in the plots, the schemes, or whatever lines or wherever. They will travel through everybody's lands and not give a fuck because that doesn't matter to them. They're on the hunt, and so they're going to complete their task. That being said, with your critical success, you've got all that information. You also know that if they can find themselves a base of operations, which belongs to them apolitically, it doesn't matter where the fuck that land is, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to them. It is their birthright, and it belongs to them from a time before your people even knew how to draw sketches on a wall, right? So as long as they can have their lands, their base of operations, they will use it as home, and then will apolitically secure the areas around it, fight against the various monsters and beasts and what have you that happen to exist there. You could, of course, Jake, immediately see the huge benefit of this, of having them around. Now let's talk about the immediate drawbacks. For one, you don't know where their land is. So wherever that might be, you might not be happy with it, or you might be perfectly fine with it. Okay. But wherever that might be, you know, that could be a problem or not. Also, depending on what faction this particular group happens to be, which you have to find out through RP with Sonya.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what faction this group happens to be, they might view some of the people of your tribe as being monsters, which could be problematic.
Yeah.
So you don't know until you talk to them and get to know that part. Cool. Any other questions about them specifically before I move on to one more detail?
Any questions about them specifically? So I know who they are, more or less, all that stuff. I don't know where the land they're wanting is, though.
Correct.
Well, not that I can think of.
Okay. Then they come back with something else. Warlord, I've brought much news which I'll gladly divulge to you about the hobgoblins that are in our land. Stuff you just heard. But before we go into it, I have other news from the west. There was a strange thing that transpired. A pulse, if you will, of light that filled an entire country. We're talking the entire country had a wave of a bright white light that filled it. Rumors are that some actions that transpired there have risen the martyr. I'm not sure if you've heard of her. The lesser known faith have risen her to proper divinity. The martyr has risen. And so there's a new god that is amongst the heavens.
Never heard of the martyr.
She professes...
Wow.
Oh, go ahead.
The ascension of a new god. We need to find out more about this. What were you going to say?
She's one that is about self-sacrifice, giving to others rather than keeping for oneself, to always take the lesser for the benefit of those around you.
Sounds like a perfect god for Tessa.
Chuckles. Speaking of gods for people, supposedly this rise of this goddess happened at the hands of a couple of adventurers over there. From what I understand, they're currently excavating in old ruins and is trying to claim it as their home. Their God-given right for having risen this deity, if this is what happened and it wasn't just some display of magic. One of these people claims to be her chosen, literally the chosen of the martyr. Another claims to be the chosen of, well, the chosen of Roga.
He lets out like a snort.
He is, from what I can understand, a Karak.
Who is he?
I just know that he's called the Chosen of Roga. He goes by the name of One.
Sounds like a good-looking dude.
You know that just by his name?
Well, we did have someone come and get Pete called 2 and 3, so I guess I don't know. Maybe
Well,
it's
did
one of
he
those
handpick him? Well, did he meet them?
He probably reached out to the order or whatever.
Yeah, I
So,
wouldn't know the names exactly.
no.
So funny. I was just
Um,
watching part of the new Tom and Jerry movie with Rory like a few days ago. I saw like, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes of it before I was like, okay, let's turn this off. And there's a scene with I think it's Colin Jost is the actor's name. He's an SNL actor, and he's like obsessed with his fiance's dad. So he answers the phone. He's like, "Hey, how you doing? You sound like you look fantastic." It's like it's just so funny. Oh. Anyways, go ahead.
No, he just says, keep an ear out. See if what we can learn of this. Nothing that pertains to us now, but if a new god has risen, it would have implications for the whole of Eroth.
He nods. Okay. Unfortunately, you can't act upon anything there because he wouldn't actually have given you that information technically until next month, like your next kingdom roll, because like how long they were gone and came back. So you wouldn't actually have that information until, or technically
so it's
speaking,
just
the
a read.
events are supposed to be what took place over the course of last month or whatever, right? Yeah. So I guess that actually lines up timeline wise, doesn't it? Right?
I think so.
All right, cool.
So it'll just go in my next event phase, right? That I get that more or less event again with updated knowledge, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With significantly updated knowledge, right?
Oh yeah.
So-
Yeah.
So next, if you want to leave a note that you have a RP with Sonya.
Yep.
So
One thing I want to ask is how many of them was there?
it was I believe a dozen.
Okay, so
It's 13.
13 of them.
So it
Right.
was Sonya plus a dozen. The baker's
Yeah.
dozen.
All right then. Yeah, so that's all for now. I think I just have my random event roll.
Cool. Let's roll that shit.
All right, Zalamos, you want to roll me a D100? Before you do, what's the percentage? 75. So, no event, 76 to 100.
I feel like last time it was 75% too, and you didn't get an event. Like you squeaked
think
out
so.
somehow. Like you haven't had an event in like 3
No,
months. or
the
whatever at this
event.
point.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh. Yes, that
Alright,
means
so
you
that's-
critically fail. You get the worst event instantly.
No, that's not how it works.
No, that is exactly how it works. You get automatically the worst event. That is exactly how.
Not happening. Nope. All right, so yeah,
Same person or to roll it through or choose somebody else.
Zai can roll it through.
All right, Zai, you can roll again. This time I need you to roll me a 100.
Don't do that, please.
Roll me a 100, a 99, a 98, a 97. Waiting for it. All right, here we go. 92. Come on. 92 is fine, but it's not as good as it could have been. Like if you were 5 more than that. So the reason why 92 matters is because 92, sorry, if it's 97 or above, that means you get an automatic bad thing and you roll again. But unfortunately, it's just a dangerous thing happens. So this is where you have to roll 2d100, and he takes the one he chooses. So Zyle and a different person. Who's the different person?
Is it a kingdom or settlement event?
It's a dangerous settlement event.
Okay.
Oh, what settlement? Oh, hold on. You have only 2 settlements, right?
Yep.
So choose somebody to roll a d6. If they roll 4, 5, or 6, it's your bigger one. If they roll 1 or 2, it's your
Steve.
smaller one. Steve, d6. And then who's going to roll the bigger city? And who's going to roll the other D100 with Zyle?
Joey.
Okay, Joey and Zyle, roll me those D100s, please. $50. I'm curious what that is.
Disaster. And crop failure and localized disaster.
Oh, I think he wants localized disaster. Crop failure is a waste of money. Crop failure, pests, blights, attempt 2 stability checks to both succeed. The problem is fixed before your kingdom takes penalties from the event. Oh, no, maybe that one he actually wants. If only 1, your affected farms reduce consumption by 1. Okay, and what's localized disaster? L. Roll a 1d6 to determine how many lots are threatened. Roll a d6. The disaster is widespread and affects an additional 1d6. Attempt stability check for each threatened lot. Failure means the disaster destroys the building, and that law and unrest increases by 1. The stability check represents your kingdom's ability to... Oh, you know what's funny? So more or less, your stability checks are borderline always going to succeed, right? Yeah, you're plus 20. You can't fail. So since you can't fail, this doesn't really matter to you. It's more or less, what story do you want to tell?
Give me 1 second. I'll tell you because I'm getting an important phone call. Hang on.
Yeah. So, Sel, how does it feel to be the one that sits there and just watches somebody else play the entire time?
It feels perfectly fine.
Oh, nice.
I inserted a new tab in the spreadsheet, or a new section to it. If you check it out, it now has the discounts for the buildings and what the building gets discounted by.
Oh, nice.
So,
Nice.
got that done.
It's like he's back to being just on the Twitch viewer.
No, I get bullied, unlike in chat. I mean, I wasn't bullied before I was a player in chat. Let's be real.
I mean, probably a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure.
not
I'm
as
sure she
much.
love a little bit.
I mean, yeah, a little bit, but programming talk. This is not programming talk. I can give you programming talk.
Oh, you want to get back to it? All right, cool. So let's talk about these macros. Not really programming.
It's not really. I was reading the documentation for CK3 on how they determine incestuous traits. It's actually a very interesting formula.
You said incestuous traits?
CK3 is a game where you play as a medieval royalty. So it makes no sense outside of people who play it.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 3.
And what's the breakdown?
2 female and 1 male. One's 11, the other one's 31.
That's you said 11 and 31, but there are 3 of them.
Well, I mean, I assumed you didn't care about the brother there.
I don't judge.
23?
Like, come on, man. I have no judgment. You do you. Yeah, I mean, you are in South Carolina.
Wrong Carolina.
I know. You're in the better Carolina. Actually, I'm pretty sure, didn't North Carolina, with all the fucking horrible shit going on in our country, didn't your governor explicitly say we're a non-extradition state that will not adhere to the policies that are put forward, more or less like the Supreme SCOTUS can go fuck itself. I'm pretty sure your governor, like, same as, like, I want to say it was like 2 or 3 hours after Baker, which is my governor, said, fuck you, SCOTUS. I'm pretty sure yours did too. Like, I'm almost positive. Whereas I'm pretty sure the South Carolina governor was like, yeah, round him up. So.
He made a statement by it. I didn't know this till right now.
Yeah, am I correct in my statement though? Am I?
I'm reading it right now. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's taken care of. So what was I supposed to do, Scott? Decide whether it's crop failure or...
Yeah, you have to make checks either way, but it's borderline impossible for you to fail.
We'll go crop failure, I guess.
You just want to do so when you do crop failure, what do you want it to be that causes the crop failure that you're able to stave off?
A bunch of people high on that thing decided it was a good idea to rip up all the crops.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right, cool. This is the only, like I said, borderline impossible for you to fail because you're plus 20. It is impossible for you to fail even with our mechanic of the minus 10 or whatever. What I would say is this: if you roll 2 natty ones, which is a 1 in 400 chance, then something bad happens anyways. So if that first die roll is not a natty 1, you don't have to worry about it. And if it is, you know.
Just roll a d20. Don't have to put the modifier in.
Don't worry about the modifiers. Yep, we already know what everything is. Oh, oh my god! Oh my god! Did that really just happen? Oh my god! It went so quick we didn't get to see it. Oh my god! He actually rolled a natty 1. Oh Jesus!
It wasn't 2 though. It wasn't.
Did you see that one? Because like for me it popped up like at the same time.
No, I seen it roll on the one. I was just like, and then I just rolled again.
Oh, that's funny. We didn't get to have the emotional roller coaster. It was just over instantly. So, so am I wrong?
I wasn't looking at the screen. I was reading Twitter.
No. Your governor.
Yeah, I posted it in a Discord. He, as long as he's in office, he will be vetoing any things to restrict women reproductive freedom.
Yep. So as long as he remains there, well, that's a great way to get the votes too, right?
I mean, I was going to vote for him anyway, so it doesn't really change much.
But that's a great way of like if somebody was like a swing voter. Now he's solidified it. Yeah. So either way, he was one of the many governors that were more or less just like. So, anyways, cool. It was like my governor Baker. Like we're talking within like 15 minutes of the ruling coming out, if not less than that, came out and gave a speech. You know what I mean? So he was right on top of it. Which, by the way, in case you don't know, my governor in Massachusetts is a Republican. He's just not a piece of shit because party doesn't matter on the state level. On the national level, it very much does, unfortunately. But generally speaking, though, Republican Party sucks. Democratic Party's better, but still sucks. Moving on. Sir, you are able to stave it off. A whole bunch of people on the drugs start ripping up the crops, and it genuinely becomes a concern. But luckily, how did you guys stop them?
You ate them.
There was another group that were on the drugs that just wanted to beat people up, and they seen people ripping up crops and beat them up.
And then the crops that were ripped up actually ended up saving the farmers that were in that area, the difficulty of having to harvest it. They're like, actually, the crops they ripped up just happen to need to be harvested anyways. So it actually was like, oh, all right, thanks. Like we lost some, but we also got more work done in a shorter period of time.
Yep.
Oh, all right, cool. I won't lie, it was pretty awesome. Is that it? Is that the end? Aside from the lore bit?
Apart from the lore thing, yeah, that's everything. We are done.
Cool. So do we just end the session here?
Why not get me started so Nick can go sooner?
I was kidding. We still have the lore bit. And if we don't do the lore bit, there will be a fucking riot. Joey would be like,
"Now we'll do lore next week.
I'm coming for you."
We should do it next week just to make the.
Sorry. So do you want to put lore off till next week? We could totally do that.
It's up to you if you have it ready or not.
I mean, we can wait till next week if you'd like. Jake, you want to wait till next week?
No, you're not here next week, right?
Oh, next week's the 4th of July.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I forgot.
Yeah.
I think
And I won't
will
be here for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, a clean finish. We get the law, and then when we come back, it's
Maybe
Of
we don't
the-
do.
of
Maybe
the
it's not
order
Kingdom
again.
Hearts.
maybe it's not,
Sure.
but still,
Yeah.
we're you know what I mean. My turn will be fully finished, and yours will be the
No,
next
no,
one.
I agree. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I updated your kingdom stuff with the new treaty stuff.
Oh, thank you, Sal.
No problem. I'm such a good guy.
You are a good guy.
Bro, I got the munchies. Not for marijuana, though. I'm just hungry.
That's not how much he's worked.
Huh?
Yeah, let's go lore. Let's do lore. I should open my notes then.
I mean, this is
Okay.
basically all you anyway, Sal. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm the only one who keeps
wh-
track of the notes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one. I would believe I'm the only one, even out of Scott, who actually has notes on it. I'm joking, but I have it.
Xylamos is calling you out, Scott.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what they're talking about. Let's see if it's one, because sometimes people request things that just don't make sense to do for a long time. So give me 1 second. I didn't forget. I didn't forget about that one, but that doesn't make sense to start here. That has to start with Cell's Kingdom.
Adds up.
Yep, that one has to start with Cell's Kingdom. So it's not that it was forgotten. It was that it makes sense to start there. Like I said to you beforehand, when you had mentioned it, I said, "Oh, I already have a plan for that." Like that, like I have an idea of where to go with that. But it makes sense for me to start it with Cell's Kingdom because of location, like and whatnot. So we'll get to it later. Literally next session. Okay. What were the questions you were asking? Who were you asking them of? What was it pertaining to? Remind me the details so I can get it all out for you.
We think it was about understanding like the purpose of the room and what it does.
It must be more than that for Gartesh to be involved, though.
Well, we know
Otherwise,
the
I don't
room.
understand.
The
why
room
it
had
goes-
necromancy aura, I think, or something like that.
No,
Which
wasn't
is
that
why.
wasn't that the obelisk or whatever?
No, because that's why Garchis was here because of the necromancy. Because it could, because the room specifically helped contain the fire elemental alongside the cold iron. I think that's what it was about, but it's been several weeks since we did these rolls. I'm gonna see in the chat logs if we have anything written about it. Let's see.
It was nothing to do with your Ash choice thing.
No, I don't believe this had anything to do with that because this wouldn't provide us answers on that. We need to like find a research facility or something. Let's see. How long ago was this?
This is the room of your. This is the room of where, like, from your pre-session 0, right?
Yeah. This is the room where I encountered the creature. Got the crown. We rolled history and arcana, local, and religion on it.
Yep.
So,
And I believe
I
you
don't-
you like crushed it with like every check. Like
was
each check was
20
like well over 20, right?
No, it was arcana was 20, history is 25, local was 18, and religion was 16. Which history is I think the best skill Ishai had. Ishai is also here specifically researching these people. Was their lore. So
Uh-huh. And
I think we're
Ashai
Yeah.
is the one of Galtma's people, right?
No, Ishai is a
the
parent.
Praline person. Yeah.
They're a Winifred. They
So who
Winifred?
rolled what as
they're
well?
they're parent. They're just they're a historian.
Oh.
Check the character sheet.
I'm looking right now.
Gartesh
I thought it was
rolled Arcana and local, and Ishai rolled religion and history.
Okay.
They were my curator. Yeah, they have truth seeker, scholar, and skill focused history. And they're an archaeologist.
Oh, Parrot Aristocrat. Winifred and Many.
No, we didn't want to understand why there was a ghost there. This is not the same place. We didn't know there was ghosts involved till we found one. Tessel hasn't brought up that he think that the sword was stolen to anyone. So
No. By the ghost, he means the ghost that you fought, not the ghost you guys fought a couple sessions ago. The ghost that you fought to get your crown.
No, but we don't think it's a ghost. We think it was a corporeal creature.
Oh yeah. The one that you fought again pre-session 0.
Yeah,
But I think that's what Joey's talking about. I could be mistaken.
it might be, yeah, but I'm looking for the roles if anything was mentioned.
No, you're
but-
good. So first and foremost, let's get the religion out of the way because you didn't roll the highest on that one. So the first thing to note about the religion is you guys wouldn't have been able to put fully 2 and 2 together until after your recent experience. So your recent experience actually closes in a knowledge gap that you weren't able to before. The symbols that were inside there, the symbolism that's inside there, the alterations to slightly more common religious signs, lead you to understand this is the same altered version of fucking what's her name, Mother Durga, that you had seen beforehand. So is that like almost like what's the word? It wasn't ash. It was dust version of Mother Durga that you had seen before. So that recently in your recent endeavors. So that kind of like leads you to believe there is some degree of tie between what this location is and the location that you had seen when you went on that recent experience, fought the actual ghost that was there, went down below and saw a bunch of the crystal things coming up, right? Yeah. Oh, the crystal things, by the way, do trigger events for everybody. Just Jake, yours comes next time. It starts with Cell. But back to you guys. So that you're able to put 2 and 2 together of with your 16, you can be like, oh my god, this is it. Like now we know what this is. Like I remember seeing this. And you go there, check it out. This is exactly the same thing. So whoever this faith is, they shared this faith in these ruins here as they did there. Looking at the architecture for how this building was built, how this underground area was built, though, it's different than how the other underground area was built, right? Like the other one was so clean, so beautiful. It was done so well, right? Whereas this one here, not so much. It is well made, but like it's also way more wear and tear from the years. Even the cut cinder blocks or the cut like brickwork or whatever that's inside there. Again, you don't think they actually like put brick in, but it's almost like they carved out shapes of, it's not as clean. The edgings aren't as good. The lines aren't as perfect. It's quality, just it's not. Holy fuck, right? That being said, so imagine like it was like a DC 20 crafts check, but not a DC 35. Moving on. That's what you're able to kind of like get from that aspect there. But when you're talking about the Arcana, and what was the other check that you rolled? History? Cool. So the Arcana check, you can tell that there was necromancy there. Why was there necromancy there? Well, because whatever creature that was, undead creatures can't usually just, oh, what up, dunky, 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 dunk. Undead creatures can't just sustain themselves for all eternity. They need a means to kind of keep together. They break down over time. This is what Gartesh is telling you. One of those, if there was a creature that is a zombie, eventually the zombie consumes itself as the years roll on and the body decays, and then it becomes a skeleton. And eventually even that skeleton will break down over time. Its bones and whatnot will decay, it'll become more brittle. And then eventually it just becomes so brittle that inevitably it'll fall apart. This takes a very long time to happen, but it eventually happens. It's not understood if it's because of the natural decay of the bones or what have you, or of the actual physical material, or if it's because of the natural decay of the magic. Like more or less the magic that holds it together just kind of like wears down over time. But so this place here is infused with negative energy and is still actively infused with negative energy. Not a ton, not like a crazy amount, nothing that causes damage to you, right? But it's enough that if an undead creature were to be put inside here, it'd be able to be sustained. More than that, Gartesh believes, with his 20 whatever check, Gartesh believes that if there's a creature that requires additional sustenance beyond just like the basics to survive, so we're talking about like wraiths, ghouls, things like that, this maybe poses enough sustenance here that even those creatures can continue for a long time while surviving. It wouldn't slake their hunger. It's not like if you put a ghoul in here, they'd be like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to eat your face. We can have a conversation. They'd still need to eat you. But it would make it so they wouldn't just break down from starvation, right? Cool. So that's what the belief of what the that is. What was the actual Arcana check? What was the number result?
It was a 20.
Okay, cool. So there's that understanding right there. As for how that's emanating, where that's emanating from inside the area, the area has a what's the word I'm looking for? Unhallow is cast inside here, which means that an undead thing inside the area, anything that relies off negative energy in the area, would be bolstered inside of it. As a matter of fact, goodly magic, not good people, not regular people, but goodly magic would actually be slightly hindered, while negative energy, undead things, and whatnot, is bolstered. Usually spells like that, just like what I said beforehand, trickle down and fade over time. But whatever kind of caster that it was that crafted this was able to make it last permanently. Permanently, remember, is a duration. Permanent can be dispelled. So, that being said, with further research, that area was unhallowed. They can see the remnants of it. They could see because of how powerful it was. But whenever you killed whatever creature that was, whenever you did everything inside there, the taking of the crown, the breaking of various objects or whatever that must have been inside there, maybe it was the breaking of the seal of the tomb itself when it was like cut into. Something in there triggered that spell, that permanency to stop. When that permanency stopped, that meant that a year later, the Unhallow went away. And so now the Unhallow is gone because it's been over a year. And with that Unhallow, which is why it didn't affect you guys when you were down there or whatever, right? So with that Unhallow being gone, it now just has the residual lingering magical effect that will inevitably fade and not even be able to be detected eventually in the future. You've got maybe a year or so before it's not even detectable anymore, even by somebody with greater detect magic, which is like a second level spell, I think. So that's the magical aspect that he was able to determine about the negative energy, how it was there, how it kept the creature alive, so on and so forth for all that time. Because as we know in the meta, souls decay over time. Everything decays over time. Everything eventually falls to entropy, right? Except for, in theory, the gods. The gods, not the god. Yeah. Anyways, big G. Anyways,
Shitty,
moving on.
elemental plane ones. Losers.
Yeah. Well, even then, you don't know. Maybe the bigger gods can fall too, right? So, maybe. You don't know. So
Find out when Jerda dies, I guess, right?
she's an inner god,
Yeah.
right? She's an elemental god, and she's been around since as far back as history goes. She's been there, right?
Mhm.
So, so for whatever that's worth, and you'd believe that the outer gods were always, the other gods were always there, except supposedly the story of Lady Aravel is that of a human child that was risen to divinity, which would go against what you believe. So in theory, you have one inner god that's always been there, and in theory, one outer god that was risen to divinity. So who the fuck knows? Until you find out, you don't know. Moving on.
Yep, true.
Or until
Um,
you watch Planeswalker, and then you know.
No, but we'll never know this.
Wait, did Planeswalker tell you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Did I divulge about what's her
You
fuck?
did. Yep.
Yeah.
What did I say? I mean, I could
said
say it
that-
again because I know exactly what it is, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. You tested my memory, but it's what they want people to know in the. Time
yeah,
of
okay, yep,
something.
yep, okay, cool. So more or less, just every so long, she'll change the
up.
persona. Yeah,
To fit the people that are around, you know?
yep. All right, cool. So you guys actually do know the truth that since you know, I couldn't remember if I told you. So so
You
that
gave me
means
those.
that there are zero there according to that dead god that you encountered, that the other gods are eternal. There's even a dead one out there that's still alive, right? That's being feasted on, but seems to not be dying after countless however of being feasted on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And we've still not seen the repercussions of that one coming back yet.
I mean, it was in thousands or hundreds of years later, wasn't it? Timeline was.
It was in the future, yeah. Yeah. So this time is weird over there. It flows the same but different. It's just weird how you want to interpret it. But either way, every DM interprets it slightly differently. All right, moving on. So that was your Arcana check, right? How it was that this creature was able to stay alive, and whatnot. But the history check, the name of the people, you have the kingdom name written down,
The Vidoran Empire.
and how do you know how long ago the Vidorian Empire existed?
I don't know like from X year to Y year, but I know they disappeared like 115 years ago is the last time they were recorded by the religion was recorded by the Daelish. I don't know about the people.
But you also know that it was almost like a schism, right? Like the
Yeah,
Vidorian
there was a
Empire.
schism, there was a shadow
Go ahead.
faith, and then there was deeper sects where they worship shadows and shades, and that like they would fuse with them, while the other sect would just like worship, I think, specters and ethereal undead. The deeper sect would like actually bind themselves to the shadows and shades
Mhm.
to more permanently.
So with that understanding, effectively what this king did, right? Because this is believed to be a prince or a king or whatever this was that was here.
I was called a prince.
So by somebody who would know, right? So but what
I
this
have his
person
name, too.
did by being fused with that creature, they were able to. It's almost like imagine if you, as a person, you survive off of both food and on water. If you have neither of those, you will eventually die. But one of them is clearly more important than the other, right? What you were able to do is constantly provide the more important one for yourself. You had an infinite well of water, but you didn't have food. So that's what more or less this person was able to provide for themselves with this trickle of negative energy. They provided themselves an infinite well of water to greatly expand the amount of time that they could live. Because as far as you can understand, these creatures, they don't live infinitely, right? They still eventually decay themselves. You have literally negative energy infused into a physical body. It will eventually decay, right? So that's what it was kind of able to do. So now with the Vidorian Empire and these deeper sects of faith worshipping, did I tell you that the Vidorian Empire was its own society, or was it a part of the Daelish?
I don't think we've ever had it said in words exactly, but my assumption has been there was a Vidoran Empire at one point, and then that collapsed, but the faith of that empire survived and then was recently completely destroyed.
Perfect.
That's what I've been
So
advised.
because the empire fell a long fucking time ago.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. But the small remaining subsect that was tolerated by the people of this region. This is technically the Dale Lands, right? So by the people of this region, it was almost like for instance, if you go to Greece, right? Greece is a country that has its society. Go to that mountain. It's very different from the rest of the society, right? It was like one of those, everybody else agreed on the society for the most part, but
Yeah.
we just let those
So-
mountain people be those mountain people, you know?
Got a little bit what we know in lore here, at least what I've learned, is that They disappeared about 115 years ago. The deeper sect and the Shadow Creek, purged by the Daelric, and that's attributed to part of the fall of this area to Gijinxi because they would fight the Karuk, and they lost that.
Yeah, they lost that shortly before the horde.
Yeah, 20 or so years, or
Before the
30,
horde
40 years.
rushed through, because most likely the defeating of them allowed the horde to continue to grow. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. So the big question is, who is this person, and how were they able to, like, how long were they trying to extend their life? You're actually, this is the history check that you with your 26, I think you said you got, you're able to determine. Okay.
We know the name. We know it's Quaesagon.
Yep.
Quaesagon. Because I was the last wearer of the crown before
Yes.
myself.
Yes. But so who was this person? So this person was an actual heir to the what are they called? To the Vidoran Empire. So this is an actual heir to the Vidoran Empire, which means that they were alive and most likely already infused with a negative energy creature before the fall of the Empire, or around the time that the Empire fell, because they are a direct blood lineage. So when they say this is the last prince, and then a couple hundred years passed and they were still around. So you don't know how long these infused people last for. You know that they can last over 100 years. That's known. So as like humans and Karak and lizard folk, and Hafue, which are like pretty much the only races in the area that you would encounter, as they would be born, grow, raise families, and die, their children would be born, grow, raise families, and die. Their children, and they one of these creatures could last usually 4 generations of most other creatures, more for Karak, right? Because they could last easily over 100 years, oftentimes upwards 200 years or more in age, right? Upwards 200 years, sometimes more than that in age. Cool. But this person would have lasted centuries, several centuries. They would have been alive after the fall of the Vidoran Empire. So how were they able to do it? What were they able to do to kind of pull that off? Most likely this location here had something to do with that. Constantly infusing the part of their body that had that constant hunger, and the other part of their body being infused and fed by that, you know what I mean? And just living their life. This was almost like a their version of being able to elongate life. You know what I mean? And so because they were surrounded by the faith, and likely, as far as you can tell by the history records that you have there, one of the leaders of the faith that existed, that persisted down here, most likely those other religious zealots were the ones that were able to keep them alive and keep them pushing forward. So you know that was that person. You know that they were the last direct bloodline of so on and so forth. But the big history thing is, what are they called? The Vidoran. What was their empire predominantly, right? So, because back then, empires are more racially focused. And it still kind of is. Like, if you think of the Dale Lands, it's a human nation. But it's like probably, maybe 60% human. Actually, that's not true for the Dale Lands, right? That's actually broken. The Dale Lands are probably about 40% human, about 30% lizard folk, and then 30% everything else mixed in, right? But if you think of, say, what's the other one there? The other human one. Teasingdale, thank you. Teasingdale is probably like 60% human, 40% mixed, right? So, like, it's a human nation, if you will. The Vidoran Empire, you realize, was also a human nation. So, it was a human-dominated nation. But they had a lot of Hafue that lived in them as well. So Hafue have always been a part of the forests, but they would have also had Hafue that would have joined into the Vidoran Empire back in the day because they hugged the forests over there. Kind of like how Naren's place is, Kushibashi. But now we get to the nitty gritty. Now we get to the exciting part. Now we got you got a 26 on this roll. That crown cannot be worn by just anyone. That crown must be worn by somebody. For anybody can put on a fucking object, right? But to use the power of the crown requires the bloodline of those that bear it. Which means that Tessel, somewhere in his lineage, comes from the Vidoran Empire. Specifically, either the person that had this crown before him would have been his, great whatever parent, or one of their siblings, or what have you, stretching even further back.
Could it not be the soul being the mixing of it, allowing it, or is it blood specifically?
It could,
that's different.
That's not known, and that's where it's now you have more questions, right? It was always said beforehand, only the bloodline of the bearer of the crown could bring forth its power, right? Like that was part of the history. So if somebody would just like run
Easy
off and
test,
sneak
give it
and throw on
to
the crown,
Naito, and just see if you can use it. There you go.
that actually is a very easy test. Yeah.
I mean, I would test it. I have no fear of Naito taking the crown.
Maybe Naito wouldn't want to use it. Maybe he would say no.
Well, do you want to do that next session, or
No,
we'll forget
not for
about
the
it?
next session. No.
Yeah, I will ask him then.
Well, before we do that,
Yeah, we'll get the rest of the information first.
so what other details? Because those are the things I was bringing forward were necromancy. So Gartesh being there, his understanding of necromancy, his knowledge arcana check, more or less. Why was it necromancy? How was this person able to survive? Even longer than you thought. You thought, oh, okay, like 125
Yeah.
years, 135 years.
Well, I thought
It
maybe
was
like
like,
500
no.
years or something.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's actually been like 500 years or so, right?
Okay,
Like this
that's
person's been around for centuries.
That's what I thought. That's what
Yeah.
I was under the impression of. But
Which
that's also because-
those fused people, again, 200 years is not abnormal. 300 years is almost unheard of. So this person being around 500 plus years, that's crazy. Go ahead, continue. You were saying?
Yeah. This is Ishai's reason for being here. So does that provide any additional aid in this?
Yeah, I won't lie. I'm trying to remember who the fuck Ashai is and why
If you-
that would
If you look at their sheet, they have the Truth Seeker story feat. They have the archaeologist trait as well. Underworld guide trait or thing. So
I'm
like
trying to pull the sheet back up. Oh, I have it over here. I was like, why can't I find it?
they are followers of Winifred. This is like why they came here. That was like a
Gotcha.
deal I made with them, was that they would help me research these people.
And this person's Perrin?
Yes.
Ah, okay, cool. So one of the things that Ashai would say to you, and I don't remember if I said it in this campaign or not. One of the things would Ashai would say to you is, I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the reason why I'm here to research this is because of how Paradel handles knowledge. Their way of conquest is unlike that of most other nations. It is rip and replace. All former knowledge is to be destroyed. Books set ablaze. Artwork smashed. Even architecture eventually torn down, replaced, or altered, or defaced. The concept of who had the land and ruled before, destroyed. So the peoples that they subjugate don't have an association with the before, with the different, with where they come from. They only associate themselves, especially the new generations being born. They may hear stories from their parents, but stories that have no physical context very quickly lose their value. There could be a great war with massive travesties, and only a generation or two passes, and without someone physically seeing the evidence, they could think that all of it was just a story, and is not at all true or rooted in fact. This is the Paradel way. It's how they are able to be as successful as they are. So when I come with the knowledge that I have, it is very limited. I come seeking more than I have already gathered. The Vidoran Empire was not a very big one. It didn't control a ton of lands by modern perspective. We think of how vast the Paradel Empire is. We think about the size of Ascaria, or the bigger ones, Tazian Dale, the Dale lands. And they are what's it called? What was it called again? The Vidor Empire is a dwarf comparatively. But that's just the thing. Have you ever heard the rumors of the Do you have any more structures like this that happen to exist in your land?
We have only found the one recently I delved into. It is some sort of tunnel. I would maybe even call it some sort of great trail underground. It had the same type of architecture.
The Vidoran Empire had the ability to manipulate magics. Like, you wouldn't believe. They did things different than how we do because the Arcane Congress didn't have quite the hold on them as they do on this far to the east nowadays. We see these constant depictions of the Vidoran people next to their small counterparts. And so we often associate the Vidoran people, humans, with being with their relationship with the Hafue that served their nation, because the nation was so integrated with the other people. But tracking genealogical record of those that live in the Dale lands that have Vidoran lineage, one of the things that you'll notice is that they tend to be tall. Much taller than the average human. If the average male stands at, shall we say, 5'7", 5'8", these Dales, they stand at 6 feet, 6'1". And again, that's just a paying homage to where their line comes from. The Vidoran people were believed to have been taller than that even, averaging low 6 to mid 6 feet in height. You can see they're studying themselves. Like, they don't want to share this next bit of information. Before I go on, put together the details that we have, the evidence that's already been presented. Now look at these depictions that we have of the Vidoran people, and don't see them through the perspective of your own height, or my apologies, you are Karak in nature, of the heights of the Dales that you encounter now, or even the Perrin that you encounter now, but that of a taller people. Now look how they stand next to those that are adjacent to them in these depictions, and understands that that would mean the Hafue that are depicted adjacent to them were larger as well. But there is no tracking of genealogical record that suggests that Hafue were taller at any point in time in the recent past that's noteworthy, not unless it was a particular tribe or group of tribes that have since been wiped out. We combine that with the fact that all remnants of the Vidoran Empire that you've been able to find so far have been underground.
Which is not the land of the Hafue.
Or the land of the humans. You combine that once again with the quality of workmanship that the underground tunnels or caverns or rooms or buildings were made. That quality of craftsmanship surpasses what the Dalish have now. And this is hundreds of years before even modern tools and crafting practices were put into place. I'm afraid to say this next line. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. And certainly they are folk stories that are talked about in our youth. It's almost like there's like a small understanding that's starting to happen around the room. You're like, oh God, you're about to talk about, like, yep, the lizard people. It is believed
The lizard
by
people are-
some. Well, the lizard people, like,
Yeah,
like
no,
in
no,
real
no,
life. Yeah.
I get
But like the QAnon people. Yeah. Anyway, so
it was funny. I was
it
making
is
jokes.
believed that the Vidoran Empire had relations with the last human nation to have relations with the dwarves as they migrated and eventually disappeared underground. The dwarves are believed to have been the one race that ruled all of Eroth ages ago, before humans even arrived here. But for their own reasons that are lost to time, they eventually disappeared beneath the dirt, never to return. And the last nation to have any relation with them would have been the Vidoran Empire, which means that with the fall of this last sect of this faith would have fallen the last connection that we know of to the surface.
Is there a check I can roll to know how much I know of dwarves?
You know a bunch, actually. That it's a folk story, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
I read many
you-
storybooks, and Tesla read many storybooks in his youth. That was like a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, again, you would know about dwarves the same as you know about Santa's elves in real life. You know what I mean? Like, too many details about something that's entirely fabricated, right? So it's goofy.
Did they salamanders mention dwarves?
Salamanders talk about the Azers.
Did they compare them to dwarves?
I don't think they actually use the word dwarves in the comparison.
I may
in the
have
comparison.
asked if they were like dwarves from like the legends. I think Because
Very
that was
possibly.
that was my
But-
comparison point.
I don't think the salamanders would have brought that up. No.
I could see this connection being possible. The salamanders mentioned of creatures of fire, short and stout, named Azers, that lived under the ground. That was what I thought when I saw them. But it didn't make much sense, as they clearly worshipped a dust version of Jurta, far from fire. Dwarves? When I was first described the Azers, it sounded like dwarves to me, besides the fiery beards and whatnot. But expert craftsmen, stout and short, I do say that makes sense as a theory, Ishai, but we have to find a way to prove it.
You said you found an underground pathway. Perhaps it's time to walk that path.
I planned on setting explorers down.
I would offer myself as one of those explorers.
It is dangerous. I will equip you, of course, but I want it to be known it is dangerous. I cannot guarantee your safety if you are down there.
Have you ever heard of the Pitic?
No, I assume?
They are laughed at by all proper universities or education societies. They're laughed at by historians. The Pitic are a group of historians that truly believe that dwarves did and likely still do exist. It is a group of, again, historians who dedicate their academic careers specifically to discovering the truth of dwarves. It's even believed by members of the Pitic that some dwarves do occasionally find their way to the surface, and they're just utilize people's misunderstanding of what they are to their advantage. However, Lenny's not here, I don't think. I've not been role-playing as Lenny at all.
I assume it's just me and Ashak.
Yeah. Well, maybe Gartesh before.
Yeah. But no one else, because this isn't like council business.
Meeting.
This is Tesla personal business.
Some Pitic are completely open about their views. Some so open they even try to portray themselves as what they believe dwarves look like. It's kind of comical and just adds to the what's the word they're looking for?
Their mockery.
It's like salt, yeah, to their mockery. Thank you, that's the word I'm looking for. It adds to the mockery. But some of the Pitic keep it to themselves. They just go about their other academic careers, slowly amassing and occasionally finding themselves in the taverns where they'll meet, because they don't meet at universities.
Mhm.
They meet friendly locations and don't often reveal to others what their beliefs are.
Well, I think lucky for the Pitic, there's a group of people with wealth and knowledge that dwarves may truly exist, and an academy to boot, one dedicated to history.
If I come across a Pitic, I'll have to make sure I let them know. They say,
You are
refusing to admit it.
You are the headmaster, Ishai. Whoever you deem worthy for the academy is invited.
They nod slowly. Again, knowing how much they're exposing themselves without wanting to actually say it. So
Yeah, but I assume that some Pitics may hear word of this and be coming to visit soon.
it's possible. One can only hope.
And they
That
would
being-
use funding.
It's possible.
I
Only
see.
time can tell.
I understand.
Do you want to hear something strange, Tesla, while we're on the conversation of the most ludicrous? I once heard a rumor that the king of a Malta had a dwarf that counseled him from time to time. And then eventually it's believed that the relationship, of course, dissolved, and so therefore it's not provable at this point in time. And
I assume most think it is just a rumor.
most people think, of course, it's convenience that it's dissolved, and so you can't prove it now, of course. Wow.
I understand.
There are others that believe that there are still the occasional dwarf that find themselves on the surface, allying themselves with the remnants of who their old allies once were. Believe that there is the occasional dwarf that finds themselves in the Daelish ranks, either the scholars or even their armies, looking for a good fight. But rumors again.
I see. And how would you propose to verify these rumors?
You can't exactly call someone out for being something that they pretend not to be, can you? And we don't have it.
If they seek their old allies, have we not the symbols of that people?
Wait a second. There is magic that can be used. It's a spell. Give me a moment. It's called blood biography. It
It is
requires
Dastardly name for a spell.
names are nothing. It's power that the names wield. They should be concerned about. Now, blood biography. It is a spell that one might use to discern someone's lineage and details about them. If we were able to access that spell and have a bit of blood from a proposed dwarf, then we would be able to put this rumor to rest.
Would our short and stout friends desire that? Would we draw ire?
Shy shrugs. They don't know.
Well, it is best we let the world know of the truth of our pasts, is it not? For in truth, we may find more answers.
What if the dwarves went underground for their own reasons and don't want to be discovered again?
And they are doing a pretty poor job at giving us hints and pieces and leaving remnants to be found.
It has been centuries.
That reason I don't believe is much of a concern to us anymore. We are too
Warlord
short-lived and
Tessel.
sighted.
Warlord Tessel, I have many responsibilities that I must fulfill for Warlord Barracks. He is many plans, and they involve my guidance and aid. I'm glad I got to participate in knowing more about another culture and the magics that they were able to wield, because they're far beyond anything that a Karak that I know would be capable of doing. That being said, fairy tales and campfire stories are probably best left for... Might I have my absence? May I beg for my departure?
You can leave, Kartesh. Return to Warlord Varix and tell him the news.
I will
Though,
inform him of the pertinent details.
I assume as much.
He shakes his head, and as he walks away, being very judgy, but gathers
Hey.
up his belongings and leaves.
I am judging Ashai. Ashai is probably right.
Ashai says, "Well,
Expected. There is very few who are as open-minded as myself. I wouldn't have believed it till we uncovered a tomb and I fought the creature in it, and it fused into my soul. Strange things have happened.
strange things indeed. But Warlord, now that Gartesh is gone, I didn't want to say too much in front of them, even though he clearly got the gist of it, I'm sure. These walls, these are not, these are much more recently carved than typical, what name of the nation?
Vidoran.
Vidoran structure. This room, this tomb, if you will, this was crafted likely after the fall of the Vidoran Empire. This was likely crafted specifically for the small sects that lived afterwards. You can see it in just the way that things are carved. You can see in, kind of like gesturing out to the other stuff. It's clearly not of the same quality.
It's a mimicry.
It's probably the best that they can do. It was likely the prince themselves, who outlived the craftsmen that were capable of doing such things, wanted something that felt like home, especially as the years rolled on and they knew that the end was coming. But moreover, it looks like either it lacked skill, which it probably did, and or was done in a rushed manner, which probably it was. If this was meant to be a resting place, something to be entombed in for safety, it's possible this was done after they already fell to the Karak. Knowing that the end was nigh, entombing themselves would ensure that they'd be able to live.
You're
What
saying
did you-
after the persecution of the sect, the little that remained, the prince still lived and entombed himself as a last-ditch effort.
Until you came along. Now, I know that you said that this tunnel, this location here was found accidentally, like all the ones that your clan continues to find, because much like the Vidoran, you dig deep into the hills to find your riches. How did you come across this creature? How did this transpire? I know that you came across it. I know you somehow defeated it. And I know that you awoke with its spirit and you were able to adorn its crown. But why did you engage in the first place? Who was the aggressor?
I had come down there after I lost to Gohai. I was told if I brought something of value, I might keep my life. I was going to protest it, but I decided to explore it, curiosity and all. I opened the tomb as it was the only thing to do. After opening it, the creature didn't move. I was drawn to the crown, and when I touched it, the creature grabbed my arm. I escaped its grasp. It had a blade. I picked up one from the wall, and I fought.
It had no physical form?
It was a creature that looked of shadow, but it could be touched. It had physically grabbed me, I believe. But it's been long, and that night's memories are hazy.
Would you say that the shadow remained because of the necrotic energies that were described to us by Gartesh? And that over the years, its body had crumbled to dust?
That is possible. I fought a physical being. It wielded a blade physically. I could parry it and fight it, I think.
You could parry a blade because it is physical. And dust being held together by the might of the necrotic energies and the shadow would give it the ability to hold something physical, would it not?
It would. It struck me and I struck it. It incanted its ritual and it fused itself in me, I believe. I think it had tried to take control of my mind and body. I'm lucky my will is strong.
Indeed. Well, so you attacked it first, or it attacked you first? That part is not entirely clear.
It depends on what you deem as the aggressor. I had touched the crown at war. It had grabbed at me and wielded its blade.
But your Karak nature, so a creature that had been entombed down here for over 100 years, having seen no other individuals until, as its body decayed, as likely its body decayed to dust, the first one to come in is its sworn enemy, a Karak. And that Karak, the first thing it does is reach and take the crown that it had worn on its head for hundreds of years.
I would agree. That is why
I bravely committed a preemptive strike? Of what? What is this?
I would agree. It was a unintentional aggression. Though at those times, I don't think I would have worried about it either way.
Huh. That doesn't answer questions, but it gives hints to what the answers might be. I'm curious if that crown can be worn by anybody else in your family. I'm curious if we can get our hands on that spell for Gartesh to cast it on you. I'm curious what your lineage is.
We can call it Naito. He is my brother of blood. He would have the same lineage as I, except for extenuating circumstances.
The fact that you happen to be bonded with two other creatures, which would fundamentally change what you are compared to what he is.
I don't believe the merging of them is complete. As Galtma described it, I am burning my life force on two ends, like a candle.
Do your parents remain?
Yes, they live outside town, southeast, in a cottage.
You'll be part of a test as well. And how about their parents? Likely passed?
They are both half orc. They are long dead.
So, then that means that one of your siblings could potentially wear the crown. Or your parents. I imagine if it's your parents, it'd be one and not both.
If it is through my mother's side, there may be records. She comes from a clan which kept records for a long while, orally and more recently written.
Well, I will not ask you to push that test. We don't know what could happen if one of your family members puts on the crown. Who's to say that the specter that lives within you wouldn't leave with it?
I have taken off the crown for a period of time and left it unattended on my head, unattended.
But has it ever been put on by a member of your family?
No.
And if that specter were to leave your body, who's to say that the other one that lives in it would allow it to return? Who's to say you wouldn't fundamentally change as a person, lacking that one and having the other one there? And who's to say the family member that gains the specter wouldn't fundamentally change as a person? It's a test that I think should be tested. But perhaps don't go rushing into it, not without contemplating the potential outcomes.
This is why I keep wiser advisors around me.
I am
Then we
curious.
Mayhap we... The souls can be bound to me permanently, I believe. A ritual similar. I'm going to tell you information that will not leave this room nor your mouth.
I've already admitted to more than I'd care to.
I believe this
greater
is
presence than I'd care to.
And this is, I believe, more sensitive than that of dwarves. The Vidorans, they created the Ashen Orc. They fused the soul of an orc with that of a fire and ash, or fire and negative spirits, one of ash. I can undergo a similar process with different outcomes. Or, as Galtman says it, remove one half and bound the other one permanently to my soul. I believe at the moment they are both sitting as lesions upon it, not fully mixed. The test could be done after, if I do fuse them, which would provide little risk to myself, I believe, but that would take many months, maybe even years to understand the ritual and how to do it.
Is there any way we can discover where this was done?
I had planned on sending Tiktung, our marshal, on a scouring mission of the mountains, seeing if they can find any caves or ruins of these people. If they are to be anywhere undiscovered and untouched, it would be in that heartland.
Seeing the mountain series?
Yeah.
Not necessarily true. If this is the Vidoran Empire that did this, and it was to the orcs, Karuk, then that means that it would be along the border between the two empires. It's possible that what you're looking for is not in your lands. Is it not
Hills of Benzo?
strange? Is it not strange that the Ashen Orc is always drawn to the north? And now that they've claimed the north, is it not strange the Ashen Orc is drawn to what's called the south? Maybe there's something there that's like home to him.
The hills.
We don't hear of Ashen Orcs that sailed the seas, lived as great pirates over the rolling waves.
So you suggest we implore Bencho to search its hills?
It is possible. And the only way to properly bump into such things is they're not going to throw a couple of shovels into the grounds.
They must
They would have
mine
to
it
do exactly.
like true miners, not that would disrupt their many farms, would it not, and their forts? That may prove to be an impossible task.
Can you
No.
put mines where forts are?
I don't believe so.
I thought you could.
Ooh, it might be forts and watchtowers are the only exception to the rule.
Double check, because I'm pretty sure watchtowers you can, but I don't know about forts.
I know
Double check that.
watchtowers. I thought you could not with forts, but that's also me making a guess. Pulling it up right now. Isn't the ruined by Kabe mole?
It is Mole. The Mole Empire existed around the same time as the Vidoran Empire.
Ooh, I wonder if the mole. Do we know? We know out of game there's other mole ruins in the Barrenlands.
Mhm.
That's interesting.
And
I asked Ash to try this.
Mole fell about 700 years ago, and Paradise started its earliest founding is about 600 years ago. So, I'm pretty sure. But back then it wasn't called Paradel. That was when like the different, we'll call them tribes or groups or whatever of Perrin started to come together and form into something bigger. And proper Paradel Empire is 400 years old. What's up?
Does the Shy know if the Mole Empire bordered the Vidoran Empire?
You could ask. So, the Mole Empire, as far as I understand, now mind you, I'm not an expert of it, but the Mole Empire, as far as I understand, is far, far, far east of here, east of the Barren Lands and the Great Divide, right? That's what we refer to the line that is both the Barren Lands and the Eldamar. It is to the west of the Great Divide. So the Mole Empire, it's rumored that they have outposts here. Think of them like embassies or citadels or what have you, but not because their empire stretched this far for control, but more through relations. Again, think more like embassies than extension of empire.
I understand. I asked because there was the mole ruin discovered in Kabe some time ago.
Interesting. Have you explored that ruin yourself?
No, I've left it to its devices. I did not think much of it till now.
Kabe is a bit far from here, but I believe it is still in the border of where the Vidoran Empire was. That being said, I'm pretty sure it's still in the area where the Vidoran Empire was. So that being said, who's to say that it's not actually a Kabe? Sorry, Kabe isn't actually a Vidoran city that had a mole building.
Under Kabe, there could perhaps be a Vidoran city.
Very possible. the mole were known for building atop the lands. I don't think the mole were known for being too deep underground. Maybe a few buildings here and there. It's said that the mole could see in the dark, but the hobgoblins can see in the dark. I lack that ability. Most do.
Okay. So it says buildings marked with an asterisk can share the same hex as other improvements. Which a mine is the only building I think that isn't marked with an asterisk. Or is like a mine and quarry are not marked with asterisks. So you can have a farm and a fort, but I don't think you can have a.
But a watchtower does have an asterisk.
Yeah, so does a fort.
So a watchtower. Oh, what fort has an asterisk?
Yeah, but the mine doesn't, so the mine can't share it. I don't.
No, but if the improvement is a mine, and the fort can share with the mine.
Yeah, but the mine can't share with the fort.
So, but I don't think they both have to be though.
Well, because I would think they. Oh, probably not. You're right. It's just you can't have a mine or quarry together, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's like 3 or 4 locations that can't be shared.
You could put a farm on a mine too.
In theory, yeah. Because think about how big the hex is. Right?
Yeah,
it's like
12
144
miles
square miles or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, 12 miles square or something like that. All right.
Actually, less than 144 because that's hexes, not squares. So it's like 112 or 108 square miles.
It's roughly 12 miles square is the math, I think.
That would be 144, right? But it's less than that. Either way, it's a big. So if
All
you
right.
can convince Varix to start producing ore of his own, potentially he could accidentally come across these, or perhaps before doing that, maybe explore those ruins that exist in Kabe.
Viking is saying that farm being asterisk is a mistake, which would make sense.
That does make sense.
So we would have to have Varix lose his farm upon his capital, which may go unappreciated.
Well, before doing that, perhaps just walking through the ruins.
Seeing if there's maybe a hatch or something to discover there, unnoticed because they were not looking for it.
I mean, were those ruins ever properly discovered, searched through anyways? I imagine there's not very many historians that exist in Densho. They have a reputation. A carnivorous reputation.
Do you wish to go to Kabe and search these ruins while some of the Pictic come and visits?
If I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't have much of a desire to visit Clan Densho. Their reputation
ruins.
precedes them.
You will be fine under my protection.
I don't know. I hear they have a rather thriving trade of what is it?
Oh yeah,
Vodka,
drugs right
yeah.
now. True, not
Just
wrong.
saying.
They would say
You can send an understudy.
if the ruins are discerned to be noteworthy to further pursue, then I could be convinced. But until such a time, I think I'll try to avoid that scenario.
I will ask Varix if I may send an exploring party there as well. And then we will see if it's of interest for us.
Nods.
Is that all?
What we were able to discern?
It seems we may discover something of great importance to the world soon, Ashai.
Again, what if they don't want to be discovered? Is it our place to bring their knowledge forward? Knowledge should be documented, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shared. That's
That is
the
interesting.
that's the philosophy of the Piddick. Sharing knowledge has only brought them grief. Not to mention what other people do with that knowledge.
Mayhap we should try to meet a dwarf and see what their people say. I would wish to honor them.
If we discovered dwarves truly exist and their location, how many months would it be before someone tried to conquest? I'm sorry, weeks.
It is like the salamanders. I've hidden their location from the world. People know of them by sight, but they do not know where they dwell. And I've agreed to protect them.
I don't
would
think the
do-
salamanders require too much of your personal protection. They
No,
are fierce enough on the.
but I told them when I first met them, killing one crook like myself would cause hundreds or thousands to come and try to kill them over many generations, and they would be whittled down eventually. Kuruk do not forget, and they certainly do not forgive.
I don't know much about salamanders, and imagine don't will not have too much time in my life to discover that much more, but that I've already learned. But I can tell you this: that I am interested in what it is that you've discovered, and trying to discover it further. If you put together that group, I wish to be one of the ones that's go in there.
You gather the brains. I will gather adventurers competent enough to protect those who know what they are looking at.
I'm curious if we did encounter a dwarf, how many rumors we know about them are true. It's very possible, if they do exist, and we do find them, that they would have been alive when the prince entombed himself, and would know the prince personally.
which would provide me a way of learning perhaps the rituals required to prevent the furthering exhaustion of my life.
Well, I will send for my favorite Piddick. Again.
Do any of them know spells?
This one
believe-
is
I believe a comprehend language spell wouldn't go amiss in case you do stumble upon a dwarf.
this one is one of the more extreme Piddick. Very deep knowledge of the dwarven kind. I would like to address something before I even call to them, even though it'll take them some time to travel here. When I say extreme, I mean even going so far as to befriending Hafue, a Hafue tribe, and utilizing their magics to alter their form to look more Jake-like, I mean, dwarven.
This is a bit of that's a bit absurd to do, but he may offend the dwarves upon meeting.
It goes beyond that. Even has an understanding to a degree of the ability to manipulate stone with magic. Actually, even has fashioned themselves somewhat of a architect, capable of building structures utilizing magics to aid them at incredible speeds.
You know, I will not judge, or I will try not to judge.
Shakes his head and shakes their head and says, I have seen many a strange thing. You've now heard of the Piddick who believe that dwarves are real. But have you ever heard of those that believe in a creature called the Kitsune? Or Kitsune, as some call it? These people, not only do they believe that the Kitsune or Kitsune are real, but they go so far as to use magics or mundane means to alter their form to walk around with tails affixed to their body through various methods and have hair that they grow in color to look like, well, a fox and ears that's
It
you
sounds
see where I'm going.
It sounds absurd, but we have just stumbled upon evidence of dwarves. Who's to say that there isn't proof we may find later of kitsune? Strange word on my tongue.
I will admit my belief in the dwarves, but that's where the ridiculousness ends for me.
I am open-minded to all notions. As long as we have proof. The dwarves we have fairly strong proof of at this moment. If I could be shown proof of the kitsune, I may have believe it. But I think I would need more than people affixing themselves with tails through magic.
They just shake their head, and we can kind of end there with your character contemplating whether or not you
So-
want to do the experiment with your crown and your family. Um,
Jake, Varix gets a message. Yo, you cool if I pay people to explore your mole ruins? It may provide answers to the Vidoran Empire,
No.
which is the people that, no? What if I
You
could-
get no. Prefer your own people alongside mine, not outsiders.
And the next day, you get a message saying, I will convince my explorer, pick people who aren't too of the old ways. This person is the best historian, probably in southern Kajinksi at this time.
You're being sus. You get back.
Day 3 of the messages. It's my historian. They just have heard the rumors of Dencho. Just show a friendly face with less sharp and hungry teeth. You get a more joking. It's like a joking tone at that last part.
Yeah. Okay. Members from Densho will accompany though.
Okay, cool. Well,
And then Nick gets a letter that says, I think the orange guy is the imposter. We should vote him out.
okay, cool. Just want that done so I can actually pay for part of it on my turn and get stuff. Cool. All right. Lord, the boys.
I'll dump on your lore.
It is your
So
lord
what's
that's
up?
being dumped on.
So what's up?
What's up? I mean, I think it's in the session, right?
Anything you want to say before we depart?
Well, we won't be playing next week
Or the week after?
or the week after. So we will be back on the 18th, I think.
18th!
And you will be out of your warmongerage.
Are you going for 2 or 3?
I am leaving this Friday. I don't know if I'm streaming or not. Brittany has yet to tell me. I was planning on playing Regicide, but Tyler all of a sudden had to pull from the session for something popped up, and he's being very vague, so I have no idea what the fuck it's for. Messi probably knows. He always knows everything because he like follows people's lives, but I have no idea. So I don't know if I'm streaming or not this Friday. If I do, won't be a campaign. It will be like something more like world building-y. Maybe even fiddle with something with Durians. I have no idea.
Show the dock
And
off.
then what?
Show the dock off.
Shit, dog off.
The
What'd you say?
list. The spreadsheet. I'm being vague purposely.
Ha. Didn't talk about that. Anyway, sorry, I didn't realize what you were talking about. So I'm leaving this Friday, and I'm going to be glamping, if you will, for 3 days. That's what my family calls it because my parents now own a small camper, and my older brother bought like one of those pickup trucks that have 6 wheels on them. It's like a F-350 that runs only on diesel and has like 4 wheels in the back and 2 in the front. And then he bought what's called a 5th wheel, which is a type of camper that's fucking insanely huge. And he's proud. He's like, oh, I got a huge deal on it. He's like, because like more or less the price that they usually like right now, if you buy a car, it's MSRP or over it. That's what cars are selling for now. You're not getting any price off the sticker price right now. But with campers, because they require so much fucking gas to run and they're such a luxury item, nobody wants them. Nobody can sell them. You can get like insane good prices on them. So you can put this like insane camper. Anyways, so they're going camping and we're like, okay, cool. We'll come up and more or less crash at your place, we'll call it, for a couple days. And then from there, we're going to Maine. And then even though I come back Thursday, Friday the 15th is a wedding. So I'm going to a wedding. And then I'm back to normal on Saturday. So I'm excited because while I'm on vacation, I'm bringing 2 laptops, my work one and my personal one. And I'm hoping to get some writing done. So I'll be off and on Discord as usual. I'll probably delete Twitter because I need to right now. I'm just doom scrolling. So, you know.
Fair.
All right, cool. Anyways, anything else? So 2 weeks of nothing. Anything else?
Huh?
Good. Yeah. Bad.
Nope.
No. Jake's eventually going to announce his podcast, but I think he's trying to get like a fucking year backlog.
True. Can't confirm.
No, I will say though, we do have a very interesting session for Incline this week before the break. So,
Bro, I'm only worried about one of you, and I am worried. Like, let's be
Yeah.
serious. Like, we already know that Tesha's character can just go, I breathe water now, bye, and jumps in the water, and just that's it. It's over. And then we already know that your character had already crossed the gap, and literally as that first round happens, which you guys are about to roll initiative for, as the first round happens, that's when you drink your expeditious retreat potion. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's going to be a standard action to pull it out and drink it, or if it's a swift off of your shoulder. I don't know, but that first round you're going to cast that, and then you're going to be able to move at insane speeds, 120 feet around.
yeah, but
And
also
then we have-
I can turn invisible and not be. I can't be tracked by smell. So, you know.
You say that, but you don't know what the vampire is capable of.
True. I'm gonna try though.
And then
yeah,
you have
Yeah.
then you have Neil who needs to cross a gap with a horse, so he can't use the rope. Then gallop around a bunch of corners, and then get to a narrow stairwell, and get all the way up the stairwell.
He's got a couple of rounds, right? The first round is it emerging, then the second round is it with the in its gaseous. He's got like 3 rounds. He'll be all right. Okay.
You know, maybe what a good plan would be is to make a sacrifice. Maybe the vampire would be willing to eat Carrick. I don't know if you guys remember, but last time anybody saw Dreyfus, someone engaged with them and knocked him discorporeated, like knocked him loose, if you will, right? Like broke him into like, and that certain someone happens to be the slowest person in the group.
Mm-hmm. That is true. I have not even seen Dreyfus as of yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not an idiot. He saw you. He physically saw you. Oh no! You
No,
were around the
you-
corner.
no,
That's
you-
right. That's right. Yeah. But he's not an idiot. He obviously would be able to make associations, have conversations, have spies or whatever. So, but yeah, you weren't the one that physically did it to him. So,
Yeah. Also, I have a good array of mustache disguises, so good luck.
Throws off even the most cunning of vampire.
Exactly.
Oh. All right. Cool. Yeah, Wednesday morning. If I have to kill another one of Neil's characters.
You're the track record of dying.
Yeah, but I mean,
So
at least this one has a chance, though, right? There's a
Yeah,
chance of
like-
surviving.
I have no idea how the dice are gonna fall. Right?
Well, poorly
Yeah,
for
but
you.
I mean, I'm
but-
just saying, Rayron, you know. just
Neil
to a
could roll
foregone conclusion.
Neil could roll a natty 20 on his initiative and get an extra action. Or a natty
Right.
1 and not get an action. Or the vamp can get a natty 20 and get an extra action. Or get a natty 1 and not have their action, right? Like it could go so many different ways just with that alone. And then how the turns are actually played out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say he's the only one, but he's the most likely one. Right?
Rip. Rest in pieces.
So it's not like Dreyfus can't, like for instance, Dreyfus can totally look at what's his name? Gallon's eyes through the water, and then manipulate him with his ability or whatnot. Like there are other ways.
I just realized exactly how this is going to go. Because there's something that nobody's thought of. Risen is going to come to the rescue. He's actually walking down that hallway right now.
I can see it.
You guys still don't know what happened.
I already see
You guys
something.
still don't know where Risen is or what happened or what he's handling at the moment. You guys have been so removed because you didn't spend the night last night at his place. You spent it at the hotel room. So you don't know.
I wish you luck.
What are you talking about? Didn't we go straight from Risen's in that day because we looked at the stuff, then we went to the barracks, then from the barracks straight here.
You went for the barracks
So last
to your
night we
hotel
spent
to your hotel room. And you spent last night in your hotel room. That way you guys can all get a
we
rest
didn't-
and Risen can wake up.
we didn't go to the hotel room because we can't go to a hotel room.
Oh, you went to a hotel room and snuck out, didn't you?
No. The last night that we spent, that we had the rest, was at Risen's house, and then we left Risen's house, went straight to the barracks, questioned that person, and then went straight from there. We were going to go back to Risen's, but instead we went to the docks where we are now.
I'm pretty sure.
We can't go to a hotel because we've specifically been told for one night.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So it would be that night. Okay, so it's tonight that you would realize. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sorry, it's just there's a lot of I'm trying to mix things together. So it's tonight you would realize something, yeah. And Risen, where did Risen go when you guys left the barracks?
We were supposed to meet back up with him after we.
So he
figured
probably
stuff out.
went home. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. Anyways, that's right. Last night you spent yeah. Okay, yeah. I gotcha. Cool. Because he probably have to go get supplies and blah blah blah. All right, awesome. Well, that was that. That was the session. I'm curious to see how tomorrow plays out, though. Let's go raid somebody. Let's go raid Luna. Bye, everybody. Thank you for coming by. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Nope. Well, technically tomorrow morning. Since it's now Tuesday. But I meant Wednesday morning.
This is technically true. The best type of
Yeah.
true.
All right. Bye. I'll whisper you in a second, Zyle. So even though you're going to be in a different chat, watch your whispers. Bye.